All right. I believe we're live now. Hello, everyone who's watching in the VODs in the future. Today, we continue with this journey. Usually, Saturday streams are more meant to be like a relaxed, laid back, maybe play some games day. The last two ones we played or at least the last one I think we did some Little Big Planet and some FTL. Maybe we'll do that today, but I got some stuff working off stream. So now our little program actually runs not badly. It's not flashing like crazy. It's actually mostly apparent now. That was better earlier. I think maybe because I'm streaming it gets slower or something. I'm also running PyCom too, which stresses out my computer, but it's something. In fact, let me test something out. Kill all PyCom and then do this again. Nah, still pretty flashy. Not as bad as it was before. What's going on, Kieran? What's going on, humanity? Salmon. Let me try to read this a little bit better. Here we go. Now we're going. Hello, Saman Sag. Consistent, homie. I mean, kind of. We're gonna see this week. I streamed a bunch this week just because this coming week I have my nieces coming over for like 4 days, and that's gonna be a very handful. So I'm not sure how many streams we're gonna do this week. So you can consider it like a payday advancement or something. You get more streams this week because you're not gonna get as much streams next week. Something like that. Either way, we got our thing printing, and it's much better. You would be tired? Nah, Kieran. I woke up today, my toes were curling thinking about, how do we pick up from where we left off last time? How do we pick up from last time? I think the only thing that stops me is just the fact that, I realize sitting down for as long as I do without getting up to do stuff is very, because usually when I work in coding, or even when I go to the office, I actually get up very frequently and walk around and talk with people. But with here, since the talking is here, I really don't have any incentives to just get up and go do stuff. So, I feel a little bit concerned that I don't I don't take as much time to just get up and move my legs and stuff. But aside from that, dude, this is fun. How can I not want to keep doing this? Let me catch up in chat real quick. What's up, Kieran? What's good, Master Crafter? The Great Briton. Why is every tube short live the brain rot Roblox of people fake sleeping? Wait, what? Why is every tube short live the brain rot Roblox? Is that a thing that's going on? Jeez, okay. LT mods. Today we're doing something. We're continuing from last stream yesterday, which is making our own productivity management software. I'm gonna make a new thing. I have a little preparation here for I can give you the elevator pitch. I believe I have a mock-up and I have the design. Yeah. So what we're making, a terminal-based task management app that uses Vim motions and stores data locally. So normally I have a game I'm developing, Messy Mansion, also known as Minimum Wage Mansion. I'm not sure who decided to call it that, but I realized that there's a lot of tasks for writing, and having a to-do document is not the best way to kind of manage what's going on, what I'm working on, what needs to be done. I mean, it's good enough, but I don't know. I kind of want to have something a little bit more than that. And I don't want to use any of the corporate hellscape product management software like Jira and whatnot. I mean, they're pretty good, but it's I don't want to associate that with my personal fun creative time. So clearly we just need to make our own project management app, and we have to stop working on the game to make this happen, because guys, Everyone knows no software was made or written before Jira was created, right? No one did software engineering before we had Kanban and Scrum. Anyways, let me catch up in chat. Everyone drinking enough milk, dude. I'm gonna start calling you the Milkmeister Master Crafter, because geez, how much milk does a person need to post? it's like what, dude? It's like you post it in the most like not. Like it's not even like appropriate for the context. It's like you have a normal message and then you just add a milk gif to it, and like what is going on? I don't know what to make of it. But yeah. What are you coding? What are you doing? I just answered that. This right here. That thing. That right there. So in a weird way though. Also, what's going on, Morgan? It's good to have you here. Your absence was noted yesterday. Very much noted. Not only by me, but by the audience, the people, the cozylings, or cozingtons, or what have you. Let me put on some jams while we're at it. So, I find myself in this weird position where we almost have like this. We basically made a framework for ourselves in a weird way, where we have this just general text buffer system that we can just manipulate in any kind of way we want to, because we could just write whatever we want to a buffer. So, like, these two header files alone, I could very much just make this its own little framework and have it be used for a number of different things. Like if I want to make an ASCII game engine, I could just do that. And it would actually just work fine. Which is pretty sick. But yeah. But we're not trying to make a general purpose ASCII, and kind of, because I want to have a cool. We're gonna have a multi-step process here, because I think. Let me also bring up the mock-up of the UI. Where we have this basic idea of how the UI is gonna look like, very minimal and simple. But a part of me wants to have some crazy, weird, like sinusoidal patterns or something, some cool 3D effect going on in the background. Or a header or something, but then have like a little barrier between the text, like so to make it easier to read. Because it's like, why not? If I'm gonna write productivity management software, why not just make it look freaking cool or something? Like, why not make it rad? So I think what we're gonna end up doing is have this like 2-step process where we first draw our cool background, and then have a second pass to draw actual TUI contents. Because why not? So, yeah. We could work on application logic today, and we probably will. Because we've for sure gotten this working at a good level. Let's in fact just commit what we have right now. Screen drawing is functional. And then there's no pushing origin, can I? Yeah, because I haven't created a repo yet on my GitHub, because I haven't committed to a name yet. I want to make there's cool names, but I haven't really committed myself to any of them yet, so we'll be dealing with that later. Either way though, now that we have this kind of existing, we can start kind of defining some basic application flow stuff, and then maybe even do like that fragment thing I've talked about, where we have like a function call per pixel to decide how we're going to render it. We're gonna see. Let me catch up in chat real quick though. What's going up, time travel stars? Good to have you here. Benjamin, go to bed. Who's Benjamin? task MGR squared. Okay, I kind of like that. What's up, Renee? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, function call per pixel, because I kind of want to like implement it like a shader pipeline. Even though it's not like a shader pipeline because it's not parallelized, or maybe we can make it parallelized. Like just spawn a thread for every single pixel. Just turn our CPU into a little GPU for a minute. But yeah, no, because like the way I think about drawing and doing screen effects, I kind of think about it more in terms of shaders. Intuitively. So like the Odin project, that's what we did with the Odin thing. We just have like a structure like that. So I think I might just do that. I think we may just design it to work that way. And I also have a need to make some utility stuff, because like there's things like getting a string from converting floats to a string and stuff like that I just want to have handy on me. So I'm gonna clean up this stuff a little bit. I might encapsulate this stuff into like its own object or something. I don't know. We're gonna have some discussions. We're gonna think a little bit about how we want to design this. Oh god, I love Dragon Quest. Or at least Dragon Quest 3. That's the only one I've played. I still haven't beaten it either. And I'm like, what, 40, 50 hours in it? Kind of suck, but it's alright. That's kind of the fun of the game, right? So, I need to make some kind of utility class or some of this stuff, because I'd rather not lose it, and we'll start thinking about this kind of fragment function pixel thing. What's going on, Emmanuel King? Hello, CG. What's going on, Kuro? How's the logo coming up? What do you mean the logo coming up? Your answer to your question, Cozy. And it's funny to watch it get everywhere. What do you mean exactly? Okay. Take the emoji speed. Let's go. First person I had to immediately. Yeah. How far are we with the task manager? We got just stuff running. We got stuff drawing. So we built like our little yeah, it still builds fine. We have our ability to have a fixed text buffer and to draw stuff to it and have text be formatted in a very dynamic way where we can set like, hi, this is the wrapping length we want to have for drawing this text here, and so on and so forth. So yeah. Part of me says things that I should be more productive, and actually also let's do get me PyCon back up. We'll run PyCon until, actually, you know, I'll just do it over here. Let's run a little PyCon for now until my computer starts hating it, and then I have to cancel it. But stuff to do. So we can extend stuff to the buffer. We still have to start architecting some stuff. Like we need to make like application.h, and I think we're gonna have to have like two things here of like bump that up. An application that's going to have its own the session level data, and then persistent data. That's how I'm going to think about this. Where session data is like the stuff that exists just during the session and can be rebuilt up during this. So Or maybe we don't have to keep having this. It'll be good having our persistent data structured in a particular way, though. But it could be like things like, I don't know, current commands, the command stack. That'd be things that'd be session level only, that wouldn't be included in saves. Like selected object, mode, or application app state, that sort of thing. And this would contain like the .project file, the contents there, and that would be what's used to either save directly to it or deserialize from it and build this stuff back up. So that's stuff we for sure need. And then if I want to be more granular, we can actually break this into even more substantive things. So I think something very simple to think about is just going to be, it's where we're like going from, we define like the high level stuff, and then we define the very basic low level stuff of like drawing things to the screen. And now it's like I'm going back to the top level to start kind of bringing it down a little more toward the lower level thing. We're going to see how this turn out. C has to have enums, right? That's got to be a thing. Is there anything special about defining enums in C? No. Okay. Beautiful. Just simple. Just how Mama made them. Perfect. So enum, E, application, state, and then we defined a couple different places, states for the application. We had actually just two major ones. We had project selection, and then you had board. That's like the two major things that come to mind. So we have these, and that'll be part of this session data. E. And we also defined this. I might make these into like their own subclasses, but we'll see. We'll just figure it out. Let me catch up in chat real quick before we get more into this. Bro's clanking. I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to clank so hard, but you know, that's what the IBM Battleship does to me. Answer any questions. We need Morgan. What's the questions you need? Cozy's a coder's coder? Nah, man. No, not even close, man. But I appreciate it. You mean, what's the heart of the game? I asked like 30 times what he was working on until I saw what it was in files on that night. Yeah, that was super. I mean, here's the thing, like, I explained what I was doing last night, like, I don't know, like almost double digits, I think. But the thing is that just so many people keep flooding in without context that it's like, all right. At a certain point, I was like, all right, we're just I'm gonna just stop, and I want to be productive and get some stuff done, and hopefully they figure out. And if they don't, I don't know what to do, because it's like, all right, for the people who have been here or watched earlier, they're gonna be hearing the same explanation over and over again. So it's like, okay, I'm not sure how. I'm not sure what's the best course of action here. The only thing I know is I just want to do some coding. I like yapping. Yapping's fun. Morgan are sending hearts and then looking if someone is going to copy the amount of hearts sent. What does that mean exactly? But yeah, I don't know how much about cheese or milk. I just know it's, oh my goodness, Master, what is with you and cheese and milk, dog? Brother, what? Brother, what is going on here, man? Okay. So, some basic things here. And then we have to think about this application loop of, because I don't think we're gonna do a, oh no, if we want to do what we want to do, I have in mind, we're gonna have to do a traditional while loop. I was considering maybe have it be, no, it just renders and then only when you interact or do stuff does it update, but I think for what the fun thing I want to do, I may just have to just implement an actual inner loop or a core loop to this application. Of course, we have to have an int for an error code, and then we have to have a thing called run application. And then probably something like, I'd probably want to create something like an application create or something. The issue here is that C has no concept of name spacing, so every function shares the same space as other functions, which means it's very easy to have collisions, which means you end up having very verbose names. But this would be where we create the application, and then I think we'll do like a, actually we already have this run application. In fact, I might just stick to this naming scheme of having like the module that's real relevant and then the behavior we're going to have happen. So this creates a function and then this actually runs it and it'll do like that inner loop. So maybe I'll do something like, or maybe I don't want to have application be the owner of this. You know what? We're gonna do something. I'm just gonna open this in this buffer. Cool. I can go here. And you can start moving a lot of this stuff into here. Nice. And we can start simplifying things a little bit. Like, these are cool for testing. We don't need them. Also, I need to make a, I don't know, utilities.h. And gosh, I love this is a Figaro Castle, I believe, right? Final Fantasy VI. I know, I made this mix, dude. Gosh, I want to play Final Fantasy VI again. Or maybe continue from my last save and try to finish the game. But I feel like it's been so long. Like, last time I left off back in COVID during 2020. So it's very, I feel like it'll be very hard to go back to that save file and pick up where we left off, but there's a part of me that desires it. Okay, and then what are we gonna do? What is this? It's converting float to string. No. Thank you. Am I really gonna do this for only 2 instances of this? Whatever. I already did it. And then this should return, because we malloc result. So I should really return a char pointer. Okay. And we can go here and include our utilities, because sometimes you may want to do that. There's probably a C class or something or header file out there, but we're just gonna rock our own. Why not? We're rebels. We're cool guys. So let's go back to our application class and do some of this cleanup that we're discussing here. Don't need this. This is printing the buffer. We do need that. We're not going to be doing input handling, I don't believe, yet. So, and then we're not using this. We're just using the ANSI code, so we're not doing this. Honestly, I should just make this part of clear buffer. No, that's a different idea. Alright, let me catch up in chat real quick. 1 second, guys. Hacking is fun, but it's overwhelming AF. Final Fantasy, yep, you heard it, Shark Zoo. Final Fantasy 6 music is fantastic, man. I love Final Fantasy 6. Makes me emotional. You have an old copy of Final Fantasy X? It's in French, though? That's sick, dude. X. I'm assuming that's 10. That's for the PS2 as well. Oh, sick. I'm glad you guys are digging the music. This is the more, like, nostalgic video gamey tunes for me. Wally Peaks that he's riding and seeing listening to video game music is... I'm just a guy. I'm just cozy, man. Cozy Cabin Games. Do it, you beanie. Make it happen. What's up, Rochelle? Yeah, it is a great game. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI is... It was just very... Because I was going through... When I played Final Fantasy VI, it was a very emotional... Because when I started... Okay, like I mentioned, I played Final Fantasy VI during 2020, during COVID, right? And it was during a period of my life where I didn't realize I was depressed. And, I don't like... I'm not usually... Like, that's not a thing I really talk about. Like, you know... But anyways, but I remember playing that game during this like kind of pit time of my life, and I started feeling so emotions for these characters, and I also remember playing it and being like, oh my goodness, I feel like a kid again, because even though it's pixel graphics, like when you're a kid, your imagination takes over and it fills in the details of a game you're playing with. And playing FF6 again, as an adult, I had that weird experience where my brain was doing that, filling in the details and painting a bigger picture and kind of getting immersed in this world with what little they gave me. So that's like one thing. It kind of connected my creativity back to when I was a kid. And then I remember like there was a day where my mom like made me some food or something, and I ate it, and I was like, oh my goodness, I actually tasted. Like I didn't realize. I was like so depressed where I didn't taste food. But I remember playing this game, curled up in my blanket, and I ate this like, I still remember the food. It was like this taco wrap thing with tomato and chicken and lettuce, and I was like, oh my goodness, I could taste it. It was at the Ghost Train section in Final Fantasy VI. It was, oh brother, I was like, oh my goodness. It was an amazing moment, dude. Yeah, that game is very special to me, even if I haven't fully finished it yet. The experience I already had with it was very, very, you know, it was very, very impactful. Yeah, we're not doing this. And this is core loop. To have this use delta time. What's going on in the Discord? What's all this bing bong ping pong? Okay, not bots, thankfully. Oh my. I think I mentioned it yesterday a bunch, but company have to tell bro this heart attack for this surprising news. But yeah, I'm like every time I hear Discord pings, I feel very a little scared, a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. So cool. We have our core loop here. And then we have to have different behavior based off of the mode we're in. So we're probably going to have, first of all, application run needs to have like a pointer to, how does this work? Because C++ has like the reference annotations, that's kind of like Rust. But I don't think we have that here. I think you just actually pass in the pointer, and then we do some dereferencing from here. Is this a reserved word? Hopefully it's not. Anyways, we run this. We have access to this. And then we have our clearing a buffer. And then get rid of this text. We're not doing anything with that. So this is where application logic needs to happen. Between the drawing to the buffer or printing out of the buffer and the clearing of the buffer. So within here we would have our actual core logic, probably like a switch statement for our states. So it'd be what would be state, right? Yeah. And I think I'd have it named like project selection. Case, and then I think I just had board view, right? Let's have a more standard description for this. Project view, board view. I like that more, it's more condensed. Sweet. So from here, we're gonna run 2 additional functions. We're gonna have a function here that's gonna be void, or probably int, project view. That's gonna handle everything that's ran there. And then we're gonna have another one called board view, which is going to handle all the logic for managing your board. And it's going to need a reference to application. I feel almost inclined to make this a static, like make application be a not stack allocated thing, but I think it'll probably be better in the long term to keep this be using pointers, because there's, I think for text stuff we're gonna have to, I don't know, I could make things fixed length, but and add like a certain arbitrary limit, but or just allocate a humongous block of memory every time you run this application. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. I was asking if this keyword is reserved. I don't think that's a thing, but got to go, Morgan and Cozy. Have a go on you, BB. Glad to have you here, man. Guys, I only asked this because I feel like this is the right place to ask, but what Super Nintendo game should I play? No Super Metroid or Link to the Past or Chrono. So those are off the table. What about Earthbound? Is Earthbound allowed? Also, I mean, what console are we talking about, too? Like, are we talking a classic Nintendo? Are we talking old school or new school? What are we doing, man? Conker's Bad Fur Day. Oh, man. We are back and getting a cookie and drink. That sounds nice, dude. That sounds fantastic. what's new since last night? So we got the thing working, the refresh working. I think it's not as good on stream for whatever reason, because it's like, I think OBS is a bit more taxing. Even though I feel like my PC should be able to handle it, but it actually runs good. Reasonably good. It's blinking right now, but it didn't do that. It doesn't do that when I'm not streaming. It's a little shy right now because we're streaming, but this doesn't actually happen. So, yeah, we got that working. That's good. That's thanks actually to the ANSI key codes that I need to look back in the chat. Who was it? Like, I think it was Solaris or something. Solar or something. I have to check to be sure. I don't want to use stolen valor, but yeah, that the ANSI clear code thing helped, and I just needed to fix a bunch of other issues to actually make it evident that that was the case. But yeah, like it was faster than actually doing system clear. So yeah, it definitely helps. In fact, I think I should make a utility class just for having, or file just for these ANSI key codes, because having these magic things just hanging around with no context explicitly to it is probably not super great. So ANSI codes. Yeah, I think we'll just do ANSI codes.h. And we'll just modify this ANSI code.h. And there's gonna be just what? There's clear. First I'll disable cursor. Okay, and then there's another one for enabling it. That's going to be handy as well. And then there's the one for clear screen. So we can just go yoink these key codes wherever I'm using them. Yeah, I believe that's the one. That's for clearing the I believe that's clearing the screen? I can't remember, if I'm gonna be honest with you. There's one for removing the keys. Yep, hide cursor. And then there's another one for re-enabling the cursor. Because I think there might be some relevance to that at some point. Okay. Simple, easy utilities. Dude, I totally subbed awesome channel. Thank you, Wally Pizza. I appreciate it, man. In a while. Yeah, same here, man. All right. Now, Morgan, we're doing some C today. Just normal, pure C, dude. Beautiful, pure C. Yeah, normally for the engine project, we're doing C++, but for this, we're just doing back to basic, cleanliness, zero abstraction. Okay, maybe not zero abstraction, because there's still, you can never really escape abstractions, can you? But just very fun and low level. It appears that I am now a subscriber. What? Wow. That's great. Like, I didn't choose for this to happen. It just metamorphosized. While I was asleep, the phone dragged itself to me and made my finger press the subscribe button. I appreciate it though. Thank you, Kenny. Hopefully you do not die at any point during this channel's duration. It's usually when I go crazy. I can understand some C, but C++ is usually when I go crazy. Well, C++ just has a lot more features. There's a bunch of things that's going on with C++. Like, it's trying to, like, not just the normal stuff of like object-oriented ideas, but it's not like so many different paradigms it's kind of supporting. Like, even functional, it has like it's sort of adding support for move semantics and whatnot, and I mean, it's pretty cool. It's just a lot to be aware of. Where ASCII, it's like very simple. It's like, hey, I mean, you can still get that stuff. Like, you can force some kind of form of like polymorphism or inheritance or whatever, but like you are gonna have to make that happen yourself. That's the language ain't gonna let you do that out the box. I'm glad 32 animals. Are you into Kingdom Hearts? You know, when I was a kid, I had Kingdom Hearts 1 for the PlayStation 2, and I loved it. Never beat it. I was a little snot-nosed kid, and that was a little too advanced for me, but it sticks with me. The vibe, the feeling, the aesthetics. It's really cool. There's a YouTube channel that goes through the animations for enemies for Kingdom Hearts, and to kind of breaks down their analysis of like it breaks down the animation and what the artist was intending to do and how they achieved it in the animation and what techniques they use. It's a really cool video channel series. It's like shorts actually, but it's really cool. But outside of that, I haven't followed Kingdom Hearts in any other way. I never played 2. I remember wanting to have 2, and I told my mom said if I got good grades, I would get 2, and then I think I got the good grades, but I forgot about that, and she also forgot about it, so it just never happened. But either way, yeah, I never went more into that. Maybe one day, who knows? Okay, this is called what? ANSI code, ANSI code.h. So let's just include that as well. So we got that bad boy here. And then yeah, so we have our board view. There's gonna be extensive logic that goes on here. I probably should break this into 2 structs of like session data and persistent data. I think that'd probably be the easiest thing, because then like we know specifically what type of oh, actually no, we're gonna be good. There's just data we're defining. What's going on in the Discord? One second, let me see what's going on here. Let me go back here. Oh, actually, you know what? I realized Discord has that whole streamer mode thing. Maybe I should use that. I'm not sure if people want to have their name shown. From surprising news. What's surprising news? Pumpkin. So think about. I mean, it's in a Discord. Anyone can join and see these people. So I'm assuming it's not an issue. But what is the surprising news? Okay, you know what? I'll read this in my leisure at a later time. In the meantime, let me catch up on chat. The monitor does make it old. Hongwoo, what's going on? Well, the OS command, there we go. Yeah, I'm really doing Ubuntu, man. If you've been using Vim for 20 years and customized it to the point where another IDE is a big project. Wait, what? Is nice. If you've been using Vim for 20 years and customized it to a point where another IDE is a big project. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, like people really customize their Vims into its own IDE of sorts. Actually, I'm not usually using Vim. For work, I use proper IDEs, but it's just fun to take a break from big IDE and just use something simple that has some reduced functionality and just, not reduced functionality, but just it's much lighter. There's something cool about that. And I believe we're at the end of this mix, so I'm gonna bust out the other one we had yesterday, because I think that worked pretty good. And then maybe we'll do another track or something, or another mix somewhere else. We have another vote this week, this stream. 1 second, let me just put this bad boy away. 1 second. You go in the circle hole. Okay, now you go right here. That is where you belong. Cool. We'll grab this one. I already mixed up my CDs. It's terrible. It's terrible. So now I'm not confident about which CD is which, because I haven't used a marker to mark these yet, and I haven't bought like a CD marker. I know you can just use a Sharpie marker, but people online said that could damage them, but I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't just care. Maybe knowing what's on my disc is more important than preservation. Here's that video. You could build another castle, but you can't build another princess, Mario. Good. There we go. I kind of like Vim, but it honestly doesn't make you a better programmer. No, that's just a text. The way you manipulate Vim is like the way you deal with text inputting is not a big deal, honestly. Like the bottleneck for productivity or getting stuff done isn't the text input, in all honesty. It's the design and architecting and or implementation. It's just the mental aspect of that. That's the bigger bottleneck. I guarantee there's more time spent just thinking about how you're supposed to do this thing or what a problem is or where the cause of it is than the actual text input. This is much more just for fun. So there's persistent data, and then there's persistent data. Yeah, we're just laying out some of the foundations for what's going to be included in here. So this just needs to exist in general. And then we're going to have our session data, which is just going to be session. I think the most is like a good text editor and being good at input reduces the friction between like iteration. Like for games, there's times where there's a lot of iteration that has to go back and forth between you and the computer. So the less friction there is between putting things from your brain onto the screen, the better. But which is why like even basic stuff like learning to type better is definitely prudent. But yeah, like there's plenty of great programmers who've done great things who just use simple stuff, you know. The tools do not maketh the man. I have not tried Z-Editor. I know it was brought up last time, or no, the stream before that one, but I have not tried it. Honestly, I'm way too comfy with my Rider stuff. It does what I need it to do. It does what I need it to do. I don't know, we'll see. Notepad++. Honestly, never really tried it. Thank you, B. I appreciate it, man. Like the number system. Oh, who's talking about Hex? They're a pretty cool team. What, the Z people? I probably wouldn't doubt. I wouldn't doubt it. And it seems cool having like an IDE that's like open source, and I think that's the move that things should go in. I always like open source. We'll see. Maybe I should just break up. Maybe I'll do that for my day job. Like switch it to Z and see how that feels. That'll be fun. Okay, so we're gonna change this to be disable cursor, and that should just work. And enable cursor. And then the clear screen thing is now going to be and then we have our draw buffer. Which honestly, I almost feel inclined to just make this a function. Like print buffer or something. Just cause like why not? I mean, I guess I could just keep it simple like that, but I don't know. That's not that important. Doesn't have big impacts. What does have big impacts is this project view function. And we're going to take like an immediate mode approach to this UI, because that's just like the simplest thing to do. And then we have application. We can just pass this, which should be fine because I don't think this is a keyword within C. But I do wonder how this is going to handle how you pass pointer references. I can't remember if you just do pass it like this or if you have to prepend it with this. That doesn't seem right though. I'm gonna leave it like that, and we're just gonna let the compiler tell us if we're doing something wrong. And I think we're just gonna do a basic project view thing first. So we iterate. Oh, you know what? We also have to have a means of transitioning between states. Unless we make like an application that's a static thing. Because like, why not? Buffer is already a static thing. Why not just make this a static? The application is literally going to exist for the entire lifetime of the application. So why not actually make this a static allocation? Because then we don't have to pass like these pointers in here. We just have access to the thing. We just directly get it, dude. Whoever wants it can just have it. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta keep things simple. Simples. Alright, let me catch up in chat real quick. 1 second, guys. Hello, Melon. Are you hiring? I need a job. I don't even care what stack we use. For who? Who are we asking? Here, we love you, but goodness. VR engineer is badass. Appreciate it, man. Oh, did someone mention I do that? Yeah, he's VR. Thank you, Morgan. I never used Helix, but I'll give it a shot since you asked. I often feel writing things in Rust is a bit unnecessary. Yeah, I feel that as well. Yeah, I appreciate it, Christian. Oh, good, Christian. Yeah, we're just here for the vibes. Your company is prize enough, all right? We're just here to chill, do some game deving, and share the joy of coding. Yeah. Now that's all one needs. And we're gonna take some of this actually here, because now I'm realizing this is gonna be defining the substate of session data, and this is just gonna be the data we from here. So, which honestly, session data is still gonna have information relevant to yeah, it's not tied to a view, so we can actually move this data into here, because this is also session data. And we have to do our whole command stack business, our selected object business, app state. We have to structure like this board view data. Yeah, we're gonna have to think about this a little bit. Right now, I just want to have project view work. Like we just say, hey, we're in project view, and it goes into project view, and it just does stuff here. Which, by the way, yeah, I'm free from Rust. I can do singleton stuff. Or not singleton. We could just have global static. We could just have static stuff, and it's fine. It's not the end of the world. We're gonna be fine, guys. It's not the end of we're gonna be good. We don't have to panic. We don't have to panic. It's okay. So I wonder how you do a global static struct. What the syntax for that is gonna look like. Because I know there's this whole type def business or whatnot. Struct application. It's actually gonna be application pointer as well. Oh man. 87 apps? Jeez, Anime King, that's a lot of apps you made, man. See, because we want to have fun, Oliver. We're gonna have fun. I have my C++ engine project if we want to do that. Why not just do some C? Let's understand what we take for granted in C++ and what we maybe don't do enough of, you know? How far can imperative take us? How far can functional decomposition take us? Hard time in art school learning code. Hey, it might depend too on like what you're coding as well. There are certain domains of coding that might be easier for certain people than others. Like some people like shader coding because it's much more reactive and much more like it's much more immediate to you, like to what's happening on the screen. And in a weird way, the state is very local to the thing you're drawing or the surface you're drawing. So sometimes that appeals to people. Other people, the GUI is like the biggest thing, so having like a code blocks oriented UI is a nice approach to get them understanding some basic concepts. C++ 99. What if we just add classes using macros? First, fire a way to approach those issues. Vos agitante. I'm not sure if I understand. Gotta go for a bit. If you guys are still around when I'm back, I'll pop in. If not, have a good night. You have a good night, Kate. It's always good to see you. Well, this is the second time I'm seeing you in chat, but it's a pleasure to have you here. And always love your knowledge nuggets when it comes to C. Since I'm I'm very much a noob here. Outside of my weight. We're a long way home from C# Unity land, guys. Far away from that. Anyways. So let's think about this. Another Rust would be having just a stack allocated instance of this and then just do that. And then pass it as like function parameters. But we're going to keep things simple. We're going to keep things simple. Since I'm a big boy, I know what I'm about. What could go wrong? And then I want to do, so now that we have this kind of working, not working, we haven't compiled or run this, but I just conceptually understand what, I think I have an idea of how I'm going to structure this, or at least start structuring this as. I want to start thinking about how we're going to do our little like fragment shader function thing for each pixel. So I almost feel inclined to just move this stuff somewhere where it's like, because I want to keep this more just purely oriented on application flow logic, and then have a separate thing that's going to handle this project view business. Do I want to do... Or just keep it all lowercase? That's fine for me. Here we go. So we have this struct that's going to exist already. How do you close buffers? I think you just do BD, right? Yeah. Yeah, don't need this BD. And we have this. So we have this project view function here. So I know the logic, we have to, like, the general idea of what should be happening here, where we load all .project files from disk, and then, oh my goodness, I'm gonna lose it. Thank you. And then build view from this. And then, before we even do any of that stuff, we're gonna do our draw a cool background. And honestly, the way, think about it in this terms, I think we could just add like a function to our buffer just for that particular detail. Do I not have, is buffer not open here? I guess I haven't opened buffer in this text. Yeah, here we go. So we can do our little effect here and just have this grow. And I might start changing like the naming conventions here, because I want to make sure these functions are contextual to like the object we're dealing with. So it might be as simple as just buffer draw background. And then of course we need to have some kind of function of time. Actually, some function of time, and then our sub function we're going to do here is going to be the per pixel thing. And I'm just thinking about it in this way, even though I know it's not actually working in this particular manner, but don't know, maybe I should actually look into this AVX business and see if I can actually make this more parallelized so it behaves more like a traditional fragment pass in some level or another. Buffer. You know what, we might iterate it because this requires an int2 coordinate, so we actually might iterate it in terms of x and y in actuality. So do like, I don't know, with x plus and then just do a nested iteration, because why not? We have the power. And then we can do our int2 chord equals I2, and then xy, and then we can just call, I don't know. We also have to calculate the index as well. So we'll do, oh, I forgot how you do that. X times, and we have to make this -1 because we're not going to overwrite the new line character at the end of each line, so got to cover that. But it'd be essentially x or y times s underscore width plus x, if I'm not mistaken. And then we're just going to do s underscore buffer index equals, and then our function with our chord and time, and that should just work. Okay, we did a lot of things. We haven't compiled. I know there's going to be some errors, so I think the simplest thing is just to validate that this works at some level. Like we could fill everything with, oh, this needs to return a character as well. This needs to return like, I don't know, something simple like that. And then I'm gonna catch up in chat. I realized I got a little bit locked in there. My bad. Let me just save this and then just start looking at all the different fun compile errors that we have to work through. Not as much as I would have expected, but still. All right, let me catch up, guys. Sorry about that. Funny how I read C easier than Python. Honestly, yeah, dude. How much do we like auto tools, Lemma? Now we're using GCC. Yeah, Python is simple. Well, it's like Python's like that Homer Simpson meme of oh my goodness, Reddit's gonna do that thing. No, not that. Just open a new image. A new tab. Yeah, it's like this meme. No, that's not the meme. Reddit, why did you do that? Why would you do that to me? Template. There we go. Yeah, that. Like, Python's like this seemingly very simple, like, language, but then all the complexity is actually nested behind all these C wrapper libraries or C++ wrappers. You can learn in a week. Yeah, it's very simple. It's great, dude. Yeah, that's exactly it, Olive. Oh, Oliver, my bad. Nested for loop conditions still reference X instead of Y. How's the website coming along? Not at all right now. Oh, so I've actually started pivoting a little bit. So, like I started getting it to work and it was cool, but I feel like I still lacked vision for it. And then it kind of hit me what I want to have for this website. Like, I want to make this fictional operating system. We've talked about this before, but I think I want to take it a little bit more seriously. And the thing that comes closest to kind of capturing what I want to have for this website is Little Inferno. This game, where most of the gameplay is just... Stop. Where most of the gameplay is like you in this, with this oven furnace and just kind of burning stuff. And just the general ambience of it is very relaxing. So I'm thinking of like, okay, let's imagine this fictional operating system and the website is just this fireplace with like this side UI. Like I'm trying to think about almost like if I were to craft my own like aesthetic movement, like Frutiger Arrow, what would it be? And I was like, all right, let's call it Frutiger Cozy or something like that. What would that look like? Like I just made this term, right? Which probably existed already, but we're gonna co-opt it. How would I design a visual UI language that captures that idea, where it still feels like an OS, but also is tied to this specific emotional center? So I've been doing some stuff with it. I'm not going to show it because it's very jank and I'm still not sure. Yeah, but so I'm thinking in that term, which means in a weird way I'm almost considering not even you doing pixel art anymore for the website, but instead having it like genuinely try to recreate that Frutiger aesthetic in some way. It's like the lantern rings. Like there's this term of like Frutiger aesthetics, and there's a bunch of different subcores of that. I'm trying to craft like a cozy version of that. Who knows, man? Maybe to achieve this, I might have to either like go back to like WebGL or something. Cause I'm using like GIFs of fireplaces, but there's a feeling I want to get, and I almost feel inclined to just implement, like actually just do normal. Like maybe do this in a game engine or do like stuff in my own engine and have an actual like proper shader to create this fire effects that feel much more convincing. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. JavaScript. Mr. Hootie, isn't a applied math degree better? So what are you talking about? Also, let me move this. I don't want to have a Firefox tab open as much as I can, just because I'm like, I like the PyCom transparency effect, but I think we cannot avoid it. We cannot. What is this? What is this? What are you doing, dude, with this milk, man? Oh, we got for ideas. Command does not work. How dare they? I think it's called tools, maybe at tools or something. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. That explains your task management, please. Let me see if I can go into a Nightbot. Nightbot, do you remember me? Do you remember me, Nightbot? Commands. Yeah, let's make your quality of life better, Morgan. Because I do feel bad having to... how much you have to reiterate the project. Okay, here we go. So what's going on with IDE? It looks fine. That's weird. Okay. New command. Task. Project, or just task, just easy. And then let me yoink the description I had over here for the design. I should just have a command for every single project we're working on stream, so you could just throw it out on here. Perfect. Created, done. Now there's a task command. Your wish has been granted. Oh, I might do this. Your wish has been granted. Huzzah! Okay. Hopefully that works. Hopefully that works. Okay. ID yep doesn't work. Darn you! Nightbot! Why have you forsaken me? It's my job also, Cozy. Morgan and I have been tag teaming. Let's go, Christian. I have to look at chat more often. I've been very slacking today. But you know, today's Saturday. Like today's a lean day. Like we can afford for things to go wrong. It's a more relaxed day. Yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was a humongous stream. That was way more hard to kind of manage. Today is just the after hours equivalent. You know what? Let me change the color here. What's an after hours feeling color here? Does that feel very after hours? I don't know. No, nothing quite feels quite. We are used to it, Cozy. Indeed. I am most gracious. Much appreciated, Christian. Nightbot LSDG. See, guys, this is why, since Nightbot has failed us today, that means that I need to make my own bot. We need to write my own Discord bot. Guys, it's so simple. We just need... Why haven't I thought about it? I should just write a Discord bot. I mean, I did write that bot at the old Discord channel for like monitoring certain stocks. Why not just make our... No, that's for Discord. I've made a Twitch bot before. Let's just do that, dude. You can just make that happen. We don't have enough side projects, guys. We don't have enough side projects. Let's just make my own streaming suite. Oh yeah, what was the issues I'm having here? Implicit declaration of function. Oh yeah, because it happens ahead of time. I guess C is smart enough to catch that, but maybe we should be more scared to make sure that this exists when we want it to exist. Okay, that's a simple one. Conflicting types for frag pass have char, int2, float, char, frag, int, chord, float time. Maybe this will just go away if I compile it again. Okay, now there's an issue with result. Yeah, because where is this in? It's in main. That's fine. We're eviscerating main right now, anyways. So we can, yeah, we're just getting rid of all this stuff in main to begin with, so it's fine. We're gonna make things simpler, easier. Yeah, we're not doing any of this actually. This is all changing now. Because now we're instead like creating this whole hey, no compile errors. Look at that, it ran perfectly, guys. The program with one line ran perfectly. Okay, let's actually create the application. Or actually, you know what? Let's actually even... It's probably not running error. I was like, this is compiling too easily. There's something wrong here. And indeed, there is something wrong. Because... we didn't even include it as part of the compilation unit, so... Yeah, I was a little too happy, a little too prematurely. So we need to have this guy, application.h, there's project view.h, we'll do something with that later. deal with you later. For now, we're just going to include this, and then we're going to see how this compiles. And there we go. Things are wrong here. Type def. Oh yeah, I didn't even finish writing this class, didn't I? I just started defining something, and then I kind of gave up halfway through. Yeah, that's kind of bad. That's kind of no bueno. Where did I even start? Yeah, we don't even return stuff to here, do we? All right, let's see what's going on here. It's crazy. Good morning, everyone. What's going up? Arpit? What's going on, Arpit? Yeah, that's the intention, Oliver. That's the intention, Oliver. I want it to run infinitely. I wish someone just made a social media that you can actually find people and meet new people. I'm also almost starting to raise funds for that. Oh my goodness, that's a very crazy world to navigate, Ryu. That's a very crazy world to navigate, Ryu. Because you're gonna have to do like the whole. You're gonna have to meet people. You're gonna have to have a pitch. You're gonna have to network with a bunch of people to secure fundings and start securing some roadway to start implementing this stuff. But I do dig the vision, and I think more relationships would be helpful for people. I'm not sure about roles, to be honest, but an AI engineer kind of roles or even quant roles will for sure have a lot of math. I mean, it also depends on the math you're doing. I'm too dumb, I can't go. Don't say that, Ryu. You're not too dumb. I thought I was super dumb, dude. And I never thought I'd be a software engineer. Like, this is not what I intended for my, this is not what I thought I could ever do. I thought I would hate being a software engineer. I thought I was too dumb to do it, and yet somehow we ended up here, so. You can do it too, man. You can definitely do it too, man. Yeah, exactly, Morgan. Tell him, Morgan. Tell him. Let him know. Thoughts on a math degree? I mean, like for what specifically? Like what? By what metric do you want me to assess a math degree? It's somewhere else? What are you talking about? Whatever. Also, anybody in the world can write code. Yeah, anyone can, dude. For tech roles? Okay, like, honestly, dude, the degree is not really that. It's weird, right? The degree is not that big of a deal for tech roles. Like, there's people I know who don't even have a degree that have good jobs, you know? I think what's much more valuable is your projects you work on, your actual experience and knowledge. That is far more valuable than a degree. Like, yeah, having a degree is helpful. It opens up some doors, but usually it's kind of a checkbox. Like, even for a CS degree or a programming degree or whatever, right? Like, the coursework oftentimes is not going to prepare you or give you some real foundational knowledge to do some things you need to do for a job. A lot of stuff you only get by actually, you know, work on a project. And, you know, you only get some of that stuff while working on a project. And, you know, dealing with actual problem spaces and all that kind of junk. Like, that's where you actually really start getting that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm looking at a resume, I'm much more inclined I'll likely choose a person who's worked on more stuff on their projects and their code is available on GitHub, and I can actually see like what does this person work like or program like, and how do they design around certain problems. That someone who may have like a 4.0 GPA and from this degree from this university that doesn't have substantive not like experience or time in the saddle. Yeah, I have no degree. I have 2+ years of experience in Golang. Now I'm doing DSA stuff, and next things to do is learning Rust. Yeah, Rust is the big one. Everyone's hyping on the hype train for. But it's knowledgeable, man. But yeah, like, that's literally like the kind of like when I'm reading resumes for people. That's kind of what I'm looking at. That's the main focus thing I look at. Because when you talk to people too, like you can tell if they're familiar with this kind of stuff. Do resume reviews and stuff on a random cozy day. Dhruv Duval. I'll be down to do. Maybe I should do that. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm the best resource, because it's one thing for me to like read resumes. It's a different thing for I'm very kind of this stuff kind of stresses me out because I feel like I need to give people proper considerations and actually weigh things. But the way I do things is probably not going to mimic what what other companies do when reviewing resumes, because it's probably going to be people who significantly don't care and have a lot more automated process that filter things on more arbitrary basis. So a resume that I might find to be actually good may be just thrown out by another company, depending on what kind of AI filtering system or what person in HR who doesn't have that much knowledge about this stuff does. But I mean, like, I guess having some opinion in one way or another would still be helpful to certain people. It's a weird game though, because I'm not sure how many resumes are actually read by real people. Maybe like the later stages, but yeah, I don't know. So we started doing this. We did our frac pass. We have our width and height. We have our int chord here. We have our index here. We have our frac pass here. This should be defined here. We return a character. That's the intention anyways. We index into our buffer. And okay, life seems happy right now. I should really make like a function for converting int2 into an index space value. That's a common enough transformation that I'm doing where it's almost it's pretty valuable just to do that. Maybe I should just do that. Either way, whatever, it's fine. So let's keep going down the train of just fixing our problems. And hey, it looks very much the same. So type def struct session data in main 13, an application, okay. An application. Let's go to application, shall we? Let's take a little gander there and see what may be issues that we encounter. Persistent data, application, persistent session data, session, application, we define that there. We do this. Okay, let's Google learning time. It's okay. Also, Discord bot, YouTube bot yet? Oh my god, good morning. I was half kidding, but I'm still half kind of serious about doing that at some point. One day we'll get Messy Mansion done. Struct pointer and C. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's go. What's going on here? Okay, that's just simple. So maybe I'm just being silly. Maybe in... Where's this global variable? Where are you, global variable? You're somewhere... Oh, you're right here. And then... No, this feels like how I'm doing it. And it's after this type def. Alright, it's gonna be one of those learning days, isn't it? Expected. Oh, session data. Oh, I need to find this struct. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense to me. That's fine. Okay, let's actually just clear this. Okay, what else is going on here? What do you have for me? Unknown type E, application state. Okay, so it's something to do with the enum. Application 9. What's going on here? You guys should be defined at this point. So why are we not happy? Let me catch up in chat real quick. Semicolon. Yeah, I read one saying that too, but I'm not seeing a particular place for that within here. Unless it's somewhere in this logic, but it would have shown the line. Let's just do a set number. So you're saying what? Or parenthesis before struct. Yeah, but it's saying at a place where I wouldn't expect there to be... Well, it says line 8. Actually, you know, maybe it is as simple as that. Nope. You have a semicolon here. How am I doing? Let's look at int. Type def struct into define our fields. Yeah, it seems reasonable. It doesn't seem to be such a big departure compared to this. Unless I need to do some type of type def for enums as well. I mean, that's a different thing, but that's not related to this, but it's a separate concern I'm having as well. Because there's something over there that's saying that it didn't recognize enum value. Yeah, but the syntax there makes sense. It was saying at 8. We define the data we're using here. And you terminate that with a semicolon. That makes sense to me. This is empty struct. That's fine. Unless it's not, but I doubt it, hopefully. And then it says unknown type E application state. So that's not... I'm curious about this. So... Let me make sure I have everything, the full picture for enums, to make sure there's nothing else I'm missing with their definition. Oh, you have to define an enum. Okay. So you have to actually... Okay, so you have to actually define... Hey, this is enum, by the way. And did that go away? I don't see the enum error, so that's a good. That's a good. Redeclared as a different kind of symbol. Oh, I can't have these variables share the same names. The values for enum and for the functions can't be the same. That's annoying. But that's fine. That's fine. I could just prepend application project view to that. And then these function calls change it to that as well. Oh my goodness. I'm not used to this keyboard. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, less errors, but still one here concerning struct and switch state this. Oh, and I think we might have got rid of this symbol, this symbol. Yeah, I remember, because we're just gonna have this static thing instead. So that's not gonna be necessary here anymore. No. Okay. All right, fewer things, now just 2 errors, and this one's easy. That's just an issue with dereferencing this because that's no longer a thing. And there's a whole, okay. Is it capital A? I think it's capital A. No, do I just actually... Wait, what? Yeah, I meant to use that. I mean, yeah, we haven't assigned it yet, but... Has no member named state. Oh, because it's in session data. Yeah. We changed that. Application. Oh, I have 3 S's there. That's why. Okay. Better. Invalid type. Invalid type argument of have struct session data. Struct session data for sure has. Or have I not defined it yet? No, here it exists here. It's called state. So what's going on here? Is it wrong to just... That seems weird. Yeah, no, that defies my intuition. Okay. This sounds like a great time to catch up and chat, guys. 1 second. Thanks for sharing. My sister's dog just ripped a fat one, and now I have to vacate to the nearest premises. I'm sorry to hear that, Morgan. Happens to the best of us. Enum e-application state needs ending semicolon. Oh? Is that the case, Michael? Oh, you might be right about that. Okay. That's the issue. Thank you, Michael. Now we just got down to 1 issue here, which is this pointer. Personally face, we want to hire a very capable developer, but to get him, we need to exceed the standard pay band. HR dragged their heels so long, we had to go to the C level to go around and get the pay approved, and he ended up finding something else, mostly because of HR roadblocks. That's crazy. Lambda generally means an anonymous function. It's just a method without a name, basically. But who's asking about a lambda? Let me catch up. Maybe I'm missing context. Maybe I'm just missing context. Yeah, my state is not a good state. Alright. What's going on here? Just use a void pointer. This is C. No, I refuse. I'm not gonna just do that. Not yet, at least. We're not gonna do no void pointer yet. But I'm curious, why is the case? Because I want to know why this is not working. Application run, invalid type argument of. Like what, do I have to like make like a boxed instance maybe to get around this? Doesn't explain why I can't just continuously reference down into it, but oh, that's cool. The set num thing only stays per buffer, doesn't stay for the whole state. That's pretty cool. So what? I just do this. And then what? If I do this, move it in there, and then we do state. No, not caps. That works. Wait, so why can I not just continuously just keep going down the rabbit hole of this? That seems so weird. Wait, what? Why no multiple? Do I have to like cast it? Is that what's happening? Okay, that has a -1. The classic GitHub. No, that's not what I'm looking for. No. I'm not looking for the term dereferencing, am I? C nested property or field accessor. Is that what I'm looking for here? No, that's in C#. Yeah, fields is a C# term, so I'm gonna get C# things, I guess. I don't know what to call that. What this is called in C. So if I do s_application and I do session, do I need to like encapsulate this in some way to do that again? Like have this be casted to the target type? That would be dumb. And no. This is perplexing. Like that would be crazy if you can't just do continuous like down the rabbit hole property accessing like that, or variable accessing or whatever. It's like doing a dot operator but dereferencing the struct instead, since you're dereferencing the struct. Yeah, so like this struct It's definitely gonna be probably on the heap. Or in this case, we are like for sure doing that. So what? Do I have to like? I'm trying to understand NMO. I feel like you have an understanding that I don't have. I just want to get to that place of understanding why this is not allowed, why this is wrong. To concrete data, yeah, it's S application or session. Session is just enum that it owns. This right here. Is itself a pointer to another struct. Oh, so it has to be multiple pointer. So if this is not like somewhere on the heap or a pointer to that, a pointer to something, then we can't do that multiple dereferencing. But then like I'd assume then you can just do this then, right? Oh, that does work. Okay, so literally, yeah, that's the case. So like this, because this is like we're accessing it from a pointer, but then here is actually just like a member of that data. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That actually makes sense. Thank you guys. Big appreciated. I'll be able to have some internet, some home internet, so I might be able to get old computer to program on it and get a job. Let's go, dude. Let's go, Christian. But that's still a year, though. That's still quite a lot. That's still quite a lot of time. But hey, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, right? There's a light. That's the hope. Okay, so we have this. We need to have this actually construct an application. That would be good. So S underscore, I don't know, this. Or actually, no, I should make, no. No. We have the malloc. We have the, yeah, 1 second. And then we set this to, wait, malloc gives you a, wait, so I can just unify this actually, can't I? Because malloc just gives you a pointer to the thing, right? So we don't have to do this whole hoopla. We can just construct this and then let it do its thing. Okay, so we go back to main. We do our application create, and then we can do our application underscore run. We're learning today. We're learning today, man. Okay. And that works, and then we do. Okay, so we just have an empty buffer. Aside from that queue. But, cool. That's pretty promising. Which means that now we can do our, like, specific logic for the project view. So if we want to do the fun background thing, we can start making that happen. So let's first make something that's going to happen here. Which is like, I don't know, we had this whole... Where is it? Where are you? trying to find the buffer class. There we go. So we can just call our fragment pass function and just go from there, just to see if it actually populates. So where's the project view? So what are we going to do? We're going to do buffer what do I call it? Buffer drop BG. And you just take a float. We can get you a float. That should be good. And then here, we're going to pass in this time value that we're incrementing for this project view. Okay. And either all our hopes and dreams just work out. Core segmentation fault. Core. That's our first one, guys. We got our first core dump. Let's go, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have achieved core dump. We have achieved peak core dumping. My favorite, my beloved segmentation fault. We're not using like C-line or anything, so we're gonna have to like, we might have to start busting or learning out some GDB. Bring out the real debugging tools. Oh, that sounds delightful. Man, it's such a weird thing because I'm so used to crashes or exceptions having like a stack trace and knowing exactly where this stuff went wrong. Right now I just had this weird experience I haven't had in a long time of like, hey, this crashed and you don't know where it crashed. You don't know where this happened at all. That's different, I can tell you that much. That sounds great, man. So let's see what's going on here, because this happened only when I added this whole buffer draw BG thing. So there's something going on in this function here. X equals 0, s let x is less than. Oh wait, do we even initialize stuff? Yeah, we should initialize things by this point. So everything here seems reasonable if our assumptions we've made are correct. We have our index. Which again should be correct. Chord is equal to xy. We're iterating from 0 to the height and widths of our buffer minus 1, because that's the only places we want to be drawing onto. And then we take this chord and we do 1 times or y times width, because each y increment is going to be the size of that width for this index, for that as far as the index is concerned, and then plus x, which is the offset. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. So there's no syntactic thing. So what do? We can do the tried and true method of just print fgun through this whole process and see where we get to before things go very, very wrong. That doesn't sound like a bad place to start. And then we can deal with better debugging. We can look into better debugging things later. Because, I don't know. That's where we're at. Disable cursor, build buffer. Okay, so that ensures that we've actually done the thing. And then we do a time increment. We clear buffer and clear the screen. We do this, but we don't even need to do that. Actually, it might be happening here. Now that I think about it, like let's just do what we did originally, which was the data.state, and then see how that treats us. Nope, segmentation core dump. Yep. Okay, so this is independent of that. I believe, at least. I suspect. So let's just see where we make it to. Classic printf gun. And let's see if we even make it into project view. Which, by the way, this should be happening over here. Okay. Nothing gets printed out, so maybe I can't rely on that. Or maybe it's happening someplace even more like before any of this happens. Maybe we just have to get the better debugging tools, don't we? That may just be what needs to be done to get a better feel of what's going on. I mean, I know for sure we make it here, so that's kind of redundant. Yeah, does anything print out at all? Nothing prints out at all. Okay, if nothing prints out there, then I can't rely on this printf method. Yeah, I know. Okay, so you can't rely on the printf method, because even here, that's not going to work. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so we can either comb through this and try to Sherlock Holmes our way into finding the point of error, or we start consulting better tools for debugging, dude. Rob, I go to sleep in here. Let's go, Jocelyn. I mean, that's kind of the, like, not necessarily the goal. Actually, it is the goal. Like, the main goal here, Jocelyn, is that we have a nice, chill atmosphere. It's relaxed, laid back, and it could be at least a nice, cozy place for y'all to chill out. And maybe during a stream we get something done. Maybe we're productive. But that's, you know, we're here for the attempt. That's what we're here for. We're here just for the attempt. There is an issue with allocation of application itself. Okay, that's a good hunch there, Oliver. Let's check it out, man. I'm always looking for a chill people to talk code with. Yeah, we do. Yeah, thank you. Thank ya, Renee. Imagine remembering the names of the common lurkers, sleepers, and just randomly name calling them for no reason. What, did it happen? Did I spook someone? I work in IT as well. I don't know what is about typing, but it makes my head feel great. I'm glad, Jocelyn. I'm glad. It's you want to hear the weirdest thing? Sometimes when I'm working in the office, there's a YouTube video I go to on occasion. Not always, but usually it's like in the winter months, and when things get like very dark very early. There's this video I go to very, not frequently, but it's just something that periodically I'll go to. and it's like an Animal Crossing office ambience video. The irony of it, though, is that I'm in an office already where I'm hearing some of the sounds, but just something about like this, it just hits a little different than real life. I don't know what it is, man. Like it's usually, this video right here, it's like usually this, and then in tandem with that, I usually also have like some manly badass hero let's plays in the background of some horror game or something, or some other playthrough. And it's like, oh, mwah, chef's kiss, beautiful. But either way, I feel you, man. I feel you there, Jocelyn. Also, let's see here. Yeah, YouTube bot. Yeah, we have a work cut out for us. And Royalty, good to have you here, man. Welcome aboard. Oh man. But yeah. Required to end with also required to end with, yeah, but we have the ending with the semicolon there. I do concur, though, that there's probably something weird happening with the malloc. Let me search something up, actually. In fact, how am I defining it? I'm defining this as an application, struct application, pointer s application. We do size of application, which I think should be known. Like, that's not a variable at all. We concretely know the size of both session and persistent data, one of which is like empty. So yeah, it's very odd if this would cause, I don't know, but maybe let me check something actually. Let's just Google. Let us do some Googling, shall we? Actually, I want to keep my my Nightbot tab open. So we're just gonna go here, see malloc struct. We have to cast it or something? Let's go through this. Malloc size of struct vector. Okay, there's a that's syntactically different. So they actually specify struct here. Okay. Yeah, still segmentation core dumped. Very sad. Very sad. But I feel like that's something. Also, they specify, I feel like I'm specifying things correctly. Maybe you have to like capture this in a local, I don't know. I almost feel like having this be assigned to a local variable first and then assign that to S application afterwards. And the return is wrong. The return is wrong. Oh, I'm not returning. Oh, no, I'm not returning it. No, we're not returning anything here. Oh, no, but we're not returning application. It's supposed to be void. Because we're assigning this. We're not doing the thing we initially thought. Ooh, that's probably it. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Oliver. In the arms of an angel. Okay, no. We're not in the arms of an angel. Just yet, at least. But I feel like we're getting closer. I feel like we're getting closer. I can smell it. We can avoid GDB a little longer. Arroz. Nice to have you here. Alright. Make yourself cozy. Gosh, I love PyCon's compositing. It just looks great. It just looks great. I can actually right quick. out of this. I can just close this entire terminal because we don't need it anymore. Okay, so we fixed this, which is good because now we're assigning this directly to here. And what else may be afoot? What other forms of evil may be happening here? Application create, application run. I feel like I'm not crazy, but they're making me feel like I'm crazy. Yeah, that's for the buffer. It's actually kind of fun. I can spy on the Discord while still typing my code here. That's pretty cool. Another reason I like PyCom. The data contained inside of the application needs to be instantiated as well. Oh yeah, because I haven't actually set anything there. I was relying on it for it to just assumably just use whatever data value that's there once allocated, but I suppose. Well, even then though, you should still be able to like. Okay. Let's just try this out. We have state, and we have session data, and I'm gonna just initialize it like this and hope for the best. Hopefully that just works. And then we have our persistent data. Actually, this is not, that's the data type, not the name. Did I just call it persistent data? Yeah, I just called it persistent. And we're just gonna assign you like that. And it's not happy with that. But maybe because we have to explicitly cast it to the data type. Segmentation fault. Core dumped. Okay, maybe I have to actually set this stuff explicitly. Gross. Gross. But this should be relatively simple. Can I just set it to project view? And then persistent is just literally empty, so I think we can just leave it like that. We're still core dumping out here. Very sad. I forgot my slice of cake. What's up, Beta? How you doing, Beta? It's good to see you here, man. My own game engine with OpenGL too. Let's go, Rose. That's pretty sick, man. OpenGL gang gang. I love my modern IDs, not gonna lie. Maybe if new Vim hotkey is better, I would think different. I mean, you can also have Vim motions in your IDE, like for my, okay, let's take a gander at another project. But like this is a C-line for my engine project. A modern IDE for C++, and it still has Vim motions. Like most IDEs, you can install something to, you know, manipulate it and navigate it the same way you do normal things. So it's still you can have the best of both worlds. So if you wish to have you know, the power of your normal IDE, but also the Vim interactions and everything, that's still something you have at your disposal. This is not necessarily a practical thing. This is just for fun. Because it's fun to do something very different than what you normally do for your work or for your long-term project. Or at least my long-term project. It's fun to have a little deviation from that and do something a little gnarly and different. This is interesting though. And I think there's something definitely fishy about. Actually, I don't think there's any, because I don't think it might be with the application initialization, because we compiled and run before, and it actually went to the switch. It had to have gone through the switch statement, which means the application was created without error and was able to do application run and go through its full cycle without incidents. So I'm guessing it may actually be somewhere else. Maybe we just need to do some GDB. Just do some GDB and forget about it. Just to figure out exactly, concretely what the issue is. Okay. How to debug. Oh, this is gonna be a whole thing. Debug C with GDB. I mean, there's a better debugger out there that's much more easier to work with. Someone may have that somewhere. No. No. Okay, so what do they do here? What do you do? GCC -G source.c go to executable. Go generate debug information. Perfect. And then what is this doing? And then we just run the executable with GDB debuggable executable. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna try something today. We're gonna use. I'm sorry. Where is the? Oh my god! Oh my goodness! The cursor is gone because we never re-enable it. That's hilarious, dude. Okay. So what's going on here? I realize I don't know nothing about this. I know it's used. Okay, we just run. Debug in FOD for the session, why not? Okay, cool. And what happens here? Receive signal, segvault, segmentation vault, and buffer draw bead. Oh, so it's in buffer draw. It's happening in the buffer draw. So I was right. It's not the application instantiate. It's happening here. Oh my goodness. It's happening there. Oh my goodness, dude. GDB is just great, dude. GDB is great, dude. Buffer job, and it was saying here. So something's going critically wrong here. S buffer index equals frag pass. The result of this. So the only place I can see this doing like a hard segmentation fault is in our accessor. So let's just print F what's going on here. Oh my goodness, I can't type. Yeah, we're gonna print. So I feel like our index, something's going critically wrong. Something's going awry over here. Oh, because we're not using. Oh, we were using. I didn't change that condition to. There we go. Okay. Okay. I know the issue now. I know the issue. Yes, it's okay. Oh. Hey, it's it's almost working, except for there's a 2 at the very start that's offsetting things. I'm not sure why, but okay. Perfect. So we figured out the cause of our issue, and it wasn't the application. It was the sneaky little thing right here. Sneaky little bug right there. Ah, beautiful. Did you catch that, Oliver? Is that because you said it was gonna be? You said there's an infinite loop somewhere. I don't think that would cause it. I think it would just cause the index out of range exception. Okay, we found our bug though. Hurrah! The magic of GDB. We're finishing up arrays in C++ right now. That's sick, Beta Master. A long time. I apologize for what is probably an obvious and often asked question, but as a new viewer, I need to know. Are you programmed? Yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm saying. What you see here, who saw, is exactly what you get. What you see is what you get. Draw BG is still bait. Yeah, we fixed her. We fixed her, guys. Some people say we can fix her, or I can fix her, and they don't, but we did. We did it today, guys. We fixed her. And now we can do the cool thing. Let's also get rid of all the debug prints, because honestly, after how easy that was to work with GDB, I'm just going to get rid of... friendship with printf debugging, gone. No more. Friendship broken. Now we're just GDB gang. Now let's also check to see, because we did this, but now I want to make sure that this also works. The dereferencing like this, because I far prefer doing things in that way. And that still works. Why is it slower? Is it me, or does it look slower now? Am I just crazy? Am I just having like this weird No. Okay, it's like that both times. Never mind. I'm just crazy. Shouldn't be like that, but I think it's faster off when I'm not streaming. But for now, we'll tolerate it. We'll just tolerate it. Let's do our cool little shader effect, quote unquote. Because I've been hankering to do that. We're just gonna do the simple sinusoidal thing again. And we're just gonna check to see if this function, if this pixel position is less than, it's under the curve of the sine. So it's just gonna be a simple sine with time as input, and then we're gonna have some kind of amplitude. In terms of ASCII characters, I'm thinking probably like 10. Okay. And then finally, we're going to check to see if, so that's going to be a value between 0 and, well, now it's going to be a value between -10 and 10. I want this to be oriented across our height and width. So I think we're just going to add plus, make this relevant to half the height. I believe that's going to be, yeah. S underscore height 2. Okay, and then finally we're gonna do like a little simple ternary where it's like, hey, if chord.y is less than amplitude, we're going to do, I accidentally have caps on. We're going to do yield simple this, otherwise we're going to do blank. Okay, let's see how that works. Oh, I never added half, did I? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Compile it again. Okay, so maybe the amplitude is not, or the frequency needs to be higher. Or also, we need to make this, that time offset be adjusted for x. So plus chord.x. That's important. And maybe you can exacerbate. So theta would be time plus chord dot x, and then we can do theta times, if you want the frequency to be higher, we can do like a simple order of magnitude more. And okay, it's not quite my tempo. Also, I think I want to change the sign of this. And I'm thinking maybe higher. Okay, loving the strobe effect. Loving the strobe effect. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything of change here, though. So what? It's phase 2. Be a different point of this. If I make this value bigger, maybe it's like too big. Maybe I have to make it like smaller. Oh, you know what? No, the offset's what's going to dictate the size here. This chord X value, this is going to determine how close or far this is going to be. This is just dictating time, essentially. This is what's going to dictate phase. Nope. Maybe also increase the, or reduce the magnitude of this a little bit. No, I want more high resolution. All right, let me catch up in chat, guys. My bad for being super into this. 1 second. Yes, Beta Master, yes. I feel like we can save a lot of time by using curses or doing any design. Nah, we're not gonna do any, we're not gonna use curses. I've seen curses, we're not gonna do it. Cats and dogs are cool, man. Right now I have 0 pets though, so, you know, Unfortunately, I do not have that joy of a pet. But inversely, I also don't have the responsibilities of a pet. Women are not cows. Joke at the timing. They knew people could, because they could try cows. Who discovered cheese? Oh my goodness, dude. Well, I'm new here. What you making? Morgan, hit the task. Actually, let's see if I can beat you to it. Huh. The Bow-Tied Bandit. Very dapper name. A very dapper individual. That is exactly what we're making right now. Also, Skydame, what's going on? Hey, Skydame, were you the person last stream that mentioned to use the ANSI codes? If so, GG's, man. That actually came in clutch. Of course. Not much cozy. Glad to see you chilling, man. Time plus, I guess also depends on what the factor of time is going to be too. Times time, value, amplitude, sine theta plus half. I also want to make sure this is happening at the correct. Clicking the -1 or 1 value, and then we're going to be offsetting that by the half value. We're just going to move it down in our minds. So it's relative to the center of the screen. Dude, I'm not seeing no changes here at all. It just straight up like a flat line. Am I crazy, perhaps? Also, let's make this a 0 point. Let's make sure this is like a... Let's also make sure these are floats, so we're not losing any kind of precision. I doubt that's necessary. That might be a factor in this, but yeah, I know. Still the same thing. Okay, we eliminated something else here. Okay. There's height divided by 2. Theta is time plus the x chord times a big number for whatever reason. The thing is, I'm not seeing that the curve pop up, so maybe it's inverse. It's actually too large, and maybe you have to make it smaller. But we're not seeing this curve emerge at all. Oh wait, 1 second. Why are we not using value here? We're using amplitude. Whoopsie. Oh, I was going crazy there. I was like, wait, what? There we go. Now we have our sinusoidal function. Okay, so most of it was there. Just I used the wrong value at the very end. Okay, simple. And I can make this less extreme, make it like 5 or something. Nice. Nice, dude. Nice. Now, if you want to be extra cool, we can have this be also a sine function and use time as input. And then also use, oh, you know what? This theta value What does it rely upon? It relies upon a few things, don't you? No, you only rely upon time. So we could actually just use theta again here. And then, okay, now it's not oscillating the way I want it to. Amplitude 5 times sine theta. It's not doing what I want it to do. We'll just have the amplitude change periodically. But hey, this is still something. This is still developments we're having here. Okay, we'll just have theta be tied to this value specifically, and then yoink it for it. To do our bidding. Maybe like that. And then amplitude 5 times sine theta underscore A. Very nice. And then just to be ultra secure as well. Hey, do you see? Are you seeing what I'm seeing, guys? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I mean, aside from the flashing, I'm sorry, but oh, that's so cool. That it's actually legitimately so cool, dude. I want to have bigger waves though, or maybe we just make this a wider area again, because I think originally I had this at 70 and this is like at 30 or something. Maybe 25. That is so cool, man. That is so freaking cool. Yeah, it's a little too long, actually. Ooh, wait a second. Why is the height that big? Okay, I guess we have to keep it tame a little bit. Maybe like 18 or something. There we go. Yeah, the key here is maybe having a smaller the terminal. So the flashing is less big. That looks so cool, dude. That legit looks so freaking cool, man. Keep in mind, this is background for. This is gonna be the background for the task management app. This is gonna be the background for this task management thing. Okay, let me check chat real quick, guys. Morgan, yes, I can see it. What year are you on? 1985, apparently, man. Sounds like Morse signal machine. What's a Morse signal machine? That sounds cool. Hannibal, if you can provide some more context around that, I'd like to learn. I would like to learn. Huzzah, yes. Yeah, guy knows his way around C. Don't see guys like this anymore. No, I'm not, Renee. Definitely not. Definitely not, man. I'm just a C beginner right now, dude. This is actually very. I'm reading Oliver's chat. This is actually a frustrating stream for me, but enjoy, guys. I'm sorry, Oliver. I think he left already, but my condolences my condolences to any programmer who knows C and has to struggle through this guy trying to work on his project. Oh well. I'm the last of my last gig of data. Oh, you're almost out of data, dog? That's stressful. Opinions on Nick Fuentes? I don't know who that is. Who's Nick Fuentes? Who is this person? Are they a tech person? Oh, we have a cool little shader program though. I'm so hyped with this, man. This is like so freaking cool, man. All right, let's make this. I almost want to do like a signed distance thing where we get like the value distance between the amplitude and our current value, y value, and then do a lookup table where like the lower the value is, the brighter it becomes. I think that'd be super sick. Like distance would be let's say our current core to y divided minus value. So if like core is, for example, 0 and value is like, I don't know, 10, the difference would be -10. We want to use the absolute value though, because I'm not going to do a signed distance thing. It's just going to be a simple distance function. So we need to also have like some, I think we have math included here. So I believe we can just do abs. C absolute value. That's from standard lib. But yeah, it's just abs. Okay, perfect. So we can just do this thing. Also, let me check the Discord. I've been kind of zoned out for a second. Who added me on the Discord? Don't Google the name. It's politics or something. Thank you, Morgan. Appreciate it. I should have like some separate line of communication for you. But yeah. All right. Well, regardless, I don't know who this person is, so it's not like I have anything intelligible to say. So we're gonna have this value. Okay. We have this absolute value between these distances, and then we can like normalize it within by the size of s underscore height, and that should produce, I believe, a value less than between 0 and 1 at most, because I don't think anything, or maybe the sign value might even exceed that. Oh, brother. We can play around with this. But then we can do a thing where we have this char array called gradient, and have it be equal to like this simple thing where we have like empty space, a dot, maybe equal sign, oops, my bad, space, dot, equal sign, W, and then eventually like the maximum is that. We can start simple. We can have more gradients here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can instead index into this. So instead of doing this, which is cool, by the way, it still looks cool, we can have a gradient defined by the distance of this. So we can do gradient, we have this distance value. It's gonna be between hopefully 0 and 1. Maybe not necessarily though. And we can do a simple clamp where if it's like greater than s underscore height, we just set it to s underscore height, like something very simple. So it's like for sure capped at a certain level. Or actually no, we keep this value as is, and then we can modify it afterwards, where if If it's greater than that, we just set it to height. Otherwise, we just use distance. I'm sure there's a clap function in the standard library, or clamp, but we're just gonna work with this. So now this should, for sure, or actually no, we should normalize this. It should be 1. So if it's greater than 1, we set it to 1. Otherwise, distance. And then finally, we map this 0 to 1 value to the length here, which in this case, it will be like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we index into this by doing distance times 5. And that should either work or be terrible. We're gonna find out right now though. In fact, before we run this, let's do a little vote, guys. Let's do a little vote. Let's see how much faith we have here. Work? Alright, you're gonna vote on whether or not you think this is gonna work first try. And I'm gonna catch up in chat in the meantime. I've landed plenty of planes and helicopters in GTA. Oh, I thought you were about to say in real life. I was like, geez, man. That's cool, Mastercrafter. Once at a plane with a plane interface controller thing. That's pretty sick, dude. Reminds me of that Marshmallow X Jonas Brothers songs for some other reason. What? Morgan, apparently, according to my flight instructor, I'm good at flying. I'm not legally allowed to land yet. That's sick, Zero. You're actually learning how to fly? That's sick, dude. Ms. Valadez, it's good to see you here. I voted no. Thank you, Renee. It's a pleasure. I'm glad you're very transparent about that. Yeah, I was about to be jealous. What do you mean jealous? So no, so actually, Morgan, that's not even close to last. At least you're honest, Renee. I've been playing with some agentic coding CLI tools. Pretty crazy letting these AIs directly use your tools. That sounds wild, dude. Good to hear you from you again. Yeah, glad to hear you, man. All right, moment of truth, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, babies, let's go. It's either gonna work or it's not gonna work. Let's find out who had it right and who had it wrong. So we ended poll. Most of you guys think yes. We're gonna find out. It didn't even compile. Did not even compile. So clearly, you guys are wrong. Renee, you're correct to vote no, cause yep, we did a wrong here. We did a little wrong here. I was missing a semicolon. Okay, no, this doesn't count. All right, that didn't count. What's going on here now? What's going on here? Wait, this one doesn't count either, guys. 1 second. Array subscript is not an integer. I can force it to be an integer. Okay, this time for real. It didn't even run. I mean, it's running. It didn't do the thing. So, oh man. I guess this is not it. I guess this is not it. I guess this was not it at all. We did not find the Krabby Patty secret formula. We just found sadness. Distance is greater than 1 equals 1. Yeah. We've done something. Maybe it's just we had the cast afloat. Maybe it's just that. No, wasn't that. So we have distance, we have ABS, absolute value of chord Y minus value. And then we have divided by S height, which maybe I might even just change that to a different value, an arbitrary value that's larger just to be safe. And the greater the value, the greater to this is. That's actually should be backwards. It should actually start off like, the closer you are, the more to that you are, and then W, and then that, and then dot, and then space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We're just getting apocalyptic white. But we're not getting what we wanted. So, okay. Something else is not quite right. There's still some eval afoot. Okay, that's better. Okay, so it was just the parentheses. Oh my goodness, that looks terrifying though. That absolutely looks terrifying. It looks cool, but it's not. This is weird. Do you see this? Like, maybe I should have this parameter be a little bit tighter. Like instead of height, we use something even bigger, like height times 2 or something. No, that's actually making it worse. Okay, so maybe height times 0.5. I mean, it looks cooler though. We're getting closer to cool, which is what we're looking for this background for our. Keep in mind, guys, this is a task management software. We're writing a task management software. That's what we're doing here. That's what all this is for. This is what we're doing here. Keep that in mind. This is all for basically my own Jira. But I refuse to have the basics. That looks pretty sick though, I gotta say. That looks pretty sick. So there's some finagling that has to happen here with these values. You can see a little thing up there. Okay, so maybe not that. So like 5. So no, it has to be like 7. Oh yeah. That's looking like something. I kind of want to change these characters a little bit though. Please either correct your top or lower eyelids, or I should make a filter for this. I really should, dude. Play Tornado of Souls would look a lot more sick if it was on if it was Tornado of Souls. What's Tornado of Souls? What is this Tornado of Souls you discussed here? I should really add like a thing to be like, you know what I could do? We can add this so it's not as strobic. We can do something really dumb, which is that oh, this is gonna be so terrible and jank. We can go into here, once you print F, we can just do this amazing little hack to make the frame rate lower, where we just do I equals 0, I less than like, I don't know, 10,000, and then I plus plus, and just like, I don't know, int b equals 0, and just have this stupid for loop exist, and have it exist only to just eat up CPU time. Oh my goodness, you're handling that like a champ. I underestimated you. Unless like the compiler is being smart, but let's add extra 0 to this. Okay, starting to see some damage. Add another 0 to this. Still kind of strobic. Where's height? Also, it's weird that it's happening across both terms. Oh, you know what? You know what? We're having it mirrored because we're doing not assigned distance, but just a distance, an absolute distance thing. No, but that's dumb. That should not affect it. Let's add another 0, guys. Let's just add another 0. Okay, there we go. This is much easier on the eyes, is it not? Like, aside from the occasional, like, just blinking, but hey, that definitely seems easier, and we just have to up the time coefficient from, like, 0 to, like, 0.5. Like, remove a 0 here. That actually looks better, dude. That actually looks easier on the eyes. I can't believe that actually works better. That is ridiculous. That's amazing, dude. Wait, there's 2? Wait, they have the same icon, though. Ms. Valdez. Or if they are captain's son, usually that's where you see that sort of thing. Fortunately, there's peoples who can buy a captain's position with less than 400 flight hours due to money. That is such specific knowledge, Ms. Valdez, but that's kind of terrifying. Like, that actually scares me, dude. That looks good. Thank you, Renee. Yeah, he's always just add another 0. Yeah, you guys want to make your computer run faster? I just want to make it run slower, dude. Dude, I legitimately can just, like, look at this all day. This effect is wrong, though. This effect is wrong because let's reference our initial. Let's reference the initial value, the original function we're using before, which was this one right here. So I can. Valid is like, why would you tell me that, dude? I'm already scared of flying as is, and now knowing that people can just buy a captain's license or become a captain without 400 hours. So this is the original data structure we're working with here. Looks good, right? So it's very weird that when we do the signed or the distance thing, it's not divided in this way, but instead there's like this weird flaring. It makes sense because it's like a distance from that, so you're not going to have the same characteristic. However, I kind of want to keep this characteristic. Does this not look better, dude? Does this actually not look better? I think I'm just going to keep it like this. Like, I think the issue is that the computer's running too fast. Sometimes you got to make a stupid big for loop just to make it run reasonably, man. Yeah, this is great. This is gonna be peak productivity for our project management software. So let's bring this term back. And I think what we're gonna do is keep this sign. We're not gonna do absolute value. We're not gonna do that. We're instead gonna just keep the sign. And we're also going to do if distance is less than 0, which is like a negative value, then we default it to a value of 0 distance. Cool, and now it looks like this has this kind of fire effect to it. And I think we can make this a little bit more extreme if I wanted to. Like, if I can make this, let's try 6 again. Or maybe I have to make it higher. Or no, maybe lower is fine. No, low is too low. Okay, so 5. I want to spread this out though, because it's too like crunched up together. So I think I'm gonna change the phase for these sine waves a little bit. I think we're gonna make the sine waves a little bit more stretched out. The value for theta here, we multiply by 0.1. Let's make it like 0.3. Or maybe just 0.8. Actually, no. What am I doing? It's supposed to go the other direction, smaller. So 0, 5. Another 0. Yeah, so the underlying wave is bigger. We have to modify. I'm going to change this to be a little bit more frequent, but we're also going to change this guy as well and make it like 3. It kind of feels like I'm kind of going for like the PlayStation 3 effect. Yeah, a little bit wide, smaller. That looks pretty cool. Now this actually looks pretty cool, guys. This actually looks really sick. And then if I want to make it more accented, I'm gonna flip it so it's like the bottom, so the top of the screen has real estate to draw text for the file selection thing. So I'm actually gonna flip sine a little bit. Just kidding. I guess we don't want to do that. I guess I could just flip this gradient value map instead. So that's like 0, then dot, then equal mark, then W, then this. All right on, dude. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, does this not look like the most classiest menu background for a task management app? This feels like peak. This feels like what Jira missed out on. It looks so sick, dude. I don't know why the bottom's missing there. We have to deal with that, but that's a different thing. Most beautiful code. Thank you, Morgan. The name of the app? I haven't thought of it yet, man. Okay, let's test something, right? So let's test a couple names. So we had like Riven done. That was one of the things, but I'm not sure if this Lord of the Rings feel is like the fantasy feel is what we want to go for this. Where is the project view? No, that's for the buffer, I believe. No, that's the right application. So let's actually draw to this buffer the name and like just simulate what this productivity app could look like. So, or task management app could look like. So within project view, we draw the background, and then here we're going to build the view, which would be like, we can actually change the name of stuff too while we're at it. Where's the buffer? Here we go. We had we had build buffer, and we have write to buffer. Yeah, we have this function here. So this is the signature we're looking for. And here we're going to call write to buffer, And we're going to do an int of I32, not I32, I2. Let's do s underscore width divided by 2. And s divided by s underscore height divided by 2. And then our text is going to be, let's just start with the placeholder, riven done. Riven done v2 or v1, or I guess 0.1. And it's going to be length of, let's just store this. Char array name. I guess char pointer name, and then we pass in name, and then we're going to do str length, and then wrap length of like, I don't know, 100 or 1,000. And then I think we had one too many parentheses there. And they're mad at me for some reason. I don't know why they're mad at me. Oh. Spelling mistakes. Happens to the best of us. Nope. Build. Oh, dude. Does that not look cool, guys? Does that not look so freaking sick? Our ASCII rendering pipeline. You see how cool? Like, we actually have it staged kind of like a graphics processing thing where we have like the first pass to draw the background, but then we can composite things easily on top of it. And you know what we can do? We can even do more than that. We can have this like oscillate or something. Like, we can have oh my, the possibilities are endless, dude. The possibilities are legitimately like endless. That actually looks distributed. Am I right? Like, Renee, is that not the coolest thing ever? Like, we can go to Silicon Valley right now and pitch this to people, and all we have is the aesthetics, no actual like back-end implementation for this. We can have a startup, guys. It also reeled in enough to be tame yet extremely playful, bouncy in a way. I'm sorry, what happened, Ms. Valadez? Yes and no. What was the yes and no to which question did I ask? Because I forgot what I said. His keyboard clacking has been more rapid since past streams. Yeah, I mean, because like, this is exciting, man. I just want to. Oh, dude. Yeah. Honestly, dude, seeing Riven done on the screen like this actually legitimately, like, it actually feels right. It almost feels right. All right, how about this? I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick, stretch my legs. It's been like 3 hours, so I need to move around a little bit. I'm also going to close the window. By all means, guys, feel free to brainstorm any additional ideas that might be on brand with either the cozy vibes, tasking, or just things that are nerdy. Right now, though, Riven done, seeing it on the screen like this just did something to my brain chemistry, so I'm not sure. We're going to see. All right, be right back, guys. Bathroom time. 1 second. Let me also mute my mic so you don't hear anything. Okay, we're back now. Gosh, even like seeing it here on the screen, like standing up and like looking at this, it looks so freaking cool, dude. Like this legitimately looks so freaking cool. And like it's gonna automatically load the projects. I should have this moved more up here though. Or we can list like the projects here and then like you select which current projects you want, or if you want to make one, you can just, you know, create a new file. Brother, this is looking sick. All right, let me catch up. What plane? You stranded in high and dry. I'm sorry, Miss Valid. I didn't mean. I gotta use the bathroom, man. Be careful with Harleys. I've had too much bad alike with those machines, to be honest. Like Harley Davidson, like bikes. I didn't like how Harleys catch and almost drag. Nowadays, especially on older, busier highways. Vive le Quebec libre. I just make my games or do random stuff. I feel that. Melon soundbox. Literally anything but Harley for me, at least. Dude, honestly, I only know, like, the only brand of bikes I know are Harleys. That's how removed I am from this. Dude, we can like stretch this out too. We can like add more gradients to it so it feels more smooth compared to just having these color blocks. Like if we go over here and where we have this gradient, we could expand it potentially as well. We're gonna have we're gonna change this to be like length of gradient. But yeah, we can modify this to be a little bit, have a bigger range. Like maybe that is a decent extra one, and then what's a character that seems not as noisy. There's probably some lists online somewhere for this kind of thing, for like an ASCII gradient. Yeah, like I guess I could do like this. That's like almost a little step above. I'm like looking at my keyboard, right? I'm like, alright, what's okay, so that seems like a step above, like this. But it almost seemed the same, honestly. Actually, even the numbers feel bigger than this hash. That's weird. I don't know why it feels like that. Okay, let's just go on good line. Let's Google real quick. Let's just do some Googling. Oh my goodness, look at this, dude. From dark to light, or the other way around. Wait, what do you mean from the other way around, or the other way around? Okay, we found our gradient. We found our gradient. Let's see how this works. Oh my goodness. I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to copy this. I was doing the attribution thing. Whoops. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gab. Not gonna do that right now. There we go. Oh, and it has to be one line as well. Oh no, that's that. There's some things that are breaking syntax a little bit, I think. Yeah, this colon there, I think, broke things a little bit. Okay, we're gonna make this a pointer, a char pointer instead. And we're gonna do stir length gradient. And then we have to do -1 because we're excluding the null terminating character. Let's just see how this looks like. Unknown escape sequence, what? Oh, because there's yeah, that's gonna cause confusion for the compiler. No, never mind. Never mind. This is bad. This is bad. This is so bad. This is... Okay, we're not doing that. That's okay. Okay, we're not doing that. So we're going to use this as a reference. We're going to use this as a reference. And take some inspiration, but not actually use this. Because, geez, dude. Jeez, that was... wild. Okay, this is better. Yeah, maybe we don't need all this. You can stick with like a more simpler but reduced version of it. You know, if I'm gonna be honest with you, this doesn't have the same charm as the other one. Our simple gradient. If I'm gonna be real with you, this doesn't have the same feel. I think we're better off with just this. Instead of this spaghetti-o mess, we have... That looks classy. That looks so classy. Alright, let me catch up, guys. Sorry, guys. I've been wrapped up here. Game dev goodness. Whoa, what's going on? First time checking into your streams. What you're making? Morgan's got me. There you go. Agreed. Are conflicting. Yeah, the threw it off. Yeah, it looks better like this, I think. I'm low-key jealous. Hey, you too can have this setup for pretty cheap, man. Like, none of this stuff was very expensive. Like, the most, like, that was like $50, I think. I got this other CRT for like $20 on Facebook Marketplace. Like, if you adventure and look around, you'll find it. Dude, I'm actually digging this so much. I'm gonna save this, actually. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just, I quit that buffer, didn't I? Which buffer did I quit? Okay, whatever. Okay. Application structure. And ASCII and render pipelined. There's no origin to push. So this is the thing of like, okay, do I just commit to just doing ribbon done? I think so. It actually feels good. GitHub, repo, create, ribbon done. Ribbon done. Do we make it public? I don't really care. Or do I want the AIs to get it? I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to make it public or private. At the end of the day, it's just a thing for me, but maybe I should make it public. Oh, I'll just make this for now, and we'll deal with this later. Yeah, so you have to do upstream. Doesn't appear to be on a Git repository. Okay, we'll deal with that later. Maybe I should have just made it public for ease of use. Dang it, I should have just done that. What's up, Amitha? Good to have you here. Have you reached AGI? Yes, this is AGI. I'm actually not real, guys. I'm just a co-pilot agent running right now. I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, Sea Light Studios. You have a good one, man. Sweet. Oh, done. Oh, underscore. I kind of neglected that, haven't I? That is the thing we can do. Let's see. How do I feel about this? It feels a little odd to me. I don't necessarily dislike it, but it feels odd. I think because it's the distance between the underscore and the equal sign is very close. I think that might be the issue. I'll try this. I need to find some other intermediary thing for this. I need to figure something out. Yeah, man, code in Braille. Yeah, just feel the stuff, dude. Actually, that'd be kind of cool to use the Braille characters, but... Point cloud seems too harsh. Maybe just a dash or n dash. Yeah, maybe I'm just gonna compare this again. I think I might just keep it simple for now. I think we'll just stick for this and then expand it if need be. It's simple what just two sinusoidal functions can do, man. See, this is what's weird to me. I should have the correct access rights. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. So question time. Do we actually start implementing some... So we have the application, some of the basic structures of this application now here. And we could, oh, my bad. I think I stepped in the wire. And now we have to start, we started building this whole build view thing. So we can actually just work from this. Like if we want to, you can actually start, well actually there's something we need to think about, which is how we're gonna order things. Cause we can just draw to the screen willy-nilly, but like we need to make sure if we're stacking tasks, for example, and that they don't intersect each other. So we have to have some kind of concept of, I don't know, a text object on the screen, and have said text object have some like basic bounds information for how big it is in terms of characters, and then use that to determine, hey, how are we going to place these objects if we don't know the size of them. So I think what we're going to need to do is build some kind of more primitive thing. Probably what should we call this? Text object dot h. Yeah. Which is going to contain some bounds information. Like, first it's also going to contain like a char pointer for text. Or maybe we actually make this owned, like it actually owns this data. I actually kind of like that. It owns itself, the text information. And then the bounds, or actually this is going to be something that's going to be computed. Or no, maybe I want to cache it, maybe. Yeah, we should make this maybe something that's cached. We also have to have its position, so... Or we can do like a... yeah, because this is... I'm not really worried about performance, so we don't have to make this super cache optimized. We could just make this like object, or an array of structures, or structure of arrays. No, an array of structures, yeah. You can make it an array of structures instead, and it'll be fine. Int t, it'll be an int to position, and yeah, it's gonna be defining the place we're placing this object. We might want to have some kind of enum for how we're going to justify it. Like if the text is going to flow out from here, or if we want the text to flow out from up here, something like that. So we want to have like an justify enum, as well as some type of I think I changed, like, I think I add a prefix to enum so that we don't have to worry about misjudging them. So this can be like centered, top right, top left, bottom right, so these would be the things we'd do. And we'd have some justify value here. That's probably the wrong name to use for it, but I'm just maybe call it like text flow. Direction. And then this can have like a bounds object. Yeah, or into it defines bounds. So we can detect like, okay, this is how big this thing is. This is what we need to do. Yeah. So we can do a get bounds function that returns into, and we take in a pointer to this text object. Oh my goodness, object isn't a reserved word in this language? I think so, at least. That's crazy. And then we calculate stuff based off of these rules here. And maybe have some internal value or something to cache it, but this is how we're going to work with it, I think. Let me catch up, guys. S'mores it is, facts. You're having s'mores? That sounds so nice right now, man. Let's make a task manager. Thank you, Morgan. Cracker, marshmallow, chocolate. That sounds like the dream, dude. That sounds like the dream life. Insane in a good way, Kieran. I appreciate it, man. Tools that he can use to create games. I mean, no, it's not necessarily like it's like a task management thing, because I don't want to use Jira or Hack and Plan or ClickUp or whatever. Like, I already use Jira for my day job. I don't want to, when I come to do and manage tasks for my game, I want something that feels very me and very distinct from like the corporate landscape and very just different. So, yeah, we decided to just make our own task management application in C and Vim for fun as well. And this has actually been a very enjoyable experience, honestly. Now, how we're architecting this is going to be very weird. But I think this should be good enough. Actually, this doesn't dictate flow. It dictates like where we're going to position it. Actually, no, that is kind of how we're going to... Yeah, because we're not going to reverse text or flip it or anything. Like, we're just going to be, hey... Text is going to be, we're going to orient the text from the top left or top right or whatever. So, yeah, keep it simple, stupid, right? And then this whole get bounds thing is simpler, easier said than done. Because it means I have to actually like render this out to understand like the size and width of it. So that's gonna be a thing. Buddy. I'm trying to think. I mean, you can just cache things like every time we draw this text object, it contains like its last value. So it's like a weird thing because we have like, even in this other, if you go back here, there's like exists things in this very weird place where it's like we have this, we draw the background, right? And then we're doing this thing where we're just drawing directly to the buffer, but we have to have like this intermediary step before this where we have like this symbolic version of the data we want to draw, and then we actualize it with this draw command. So this is going to be existing in this very imaginary, like hypothetical space of like this idea of an object that needs to exist somewhere. It's a thing. It's a thing. Let me just run this application to just relax for a second. We're stressing out a little bit. Why stress out when we could just have our main menu like this? I can't get over it. It looks so sick, dude. It actually looks so sick. Oh, man. Turn the level language. Any C language still scares me. It's not that bad. You'll learn. You'll pick up the stuff. Yeah, it's definitely worth learning, though. I mean, I'm not sure if you can't go back game dev goodness, but at the very least, you're gonna have to learn and understand the decisions that other languages make for you implicitly, and then understand the cost of that. And it's nice having to just be understand, like, you have to understand what's actually going on in your machine to a certain degree. But at least know event-based and object-oriented paradigms a little bit, so maybe I'll learn C eventually. See, yeah, it's not that crazy. Like, it's procedural. And you can still recreate, like, object behavior or event-based stuff in C. Like, any of the features of these modern languages can still be recreated for the most part with C. It's just more of, it's much more onus on you, but I think it's a good experience, though. Yeah, we're still going through. We're still going, man. And work your way to lower levels. Yeah, C# is good. It has, like, unsafe, which is pretty cool. So it gets you exposed to this stuff, and then, you know, C# still has that idea of, like, hey, structs are this, like, unmanaged type that can live in a stack unless it's, like, boxed or something. But you start thinking about it makes you a little bit more cognizant sometimes of the heap. But it's very different when you get to C++ land and you're making explicit decisions about where things are going to live in memory. Or Rust too. Honestly, before this, I actually used Rust. I learned Rust and then I moved to C and C++. What's up, Nikhil? And Code with the Flow. What's going on, man? Good to have you here. Yeah. If you want to, I mean, depending on what you're doing, but if you're doing game engine stuff and you're using Unity, Unity also has this whole burst compiler thing for native code, which is, like, also kind of low level, though you're dealing with Unity's some abstractions there, but it gets you kind of dealing with that stuff a bit more too. Which C is best for noobs? I don't know, probably the one from the 90s. It has a little bit more quality of life stuff compared to C89. It's the whole thing, man. Alright, let me get some snacks. I have a snack right here. Let me just gobble something, and then we're going to start thinking about architecture and how we're going to architect this. Because right now we're making some pivotal decisions about things. That's a legit stack, guys. Trust me. This dang Odin peddler. How many languages are there? A bunch, man. You want to go through all of them? I don't even know, like, how much I can name off the top of my head. Like, what we got. We have, like, C, we have C++. If you want to get esoteric, there's C++, there's D, there's, you know, we want to get more new school, there's, like, Rust, Zig, Odin, Jai, which is being, the compiler hasn't been exposed or released yet. From there, there's Go, there's Objective-C, I forgot about that one. What else is there? And then there's C#. And then Java, I'm not sure if I mentioned Java. Then there's Kotlin. And then, you know, if you want to get weird, there's, like, I'm not weird, but there's also JavaScript and Python, and then dynamically typed language world. And then, I guess just R. I know nothing about R. There's TypeScript, which is just a transpiled C# to JavaScript, kind of, essentially. Brother. There's Verilog if you want to do hardware stuff. That's a whole thing. Brother, what else is there? What else can I think of? I mentioned Swift already and Objective-C. There's Dart. Oh, there's the functional stuff too. There's F#. There's OCaml, there's Haskell, there's Lisp. If you want to get into learning S syntax and all that stuff, that's fun. And you want to get old, there's Smalltalk, there's Fortran. We can keep going, man. We can keep going. Scheme also. Strudel, yep. Strudel, yep. I hate functional programming languages with a passion. There's some good things that emerge from it, but trying to apply functional for everything is just kind of dumb. Because there's a lot of scenarios where they just like, they're like, we can make this functional. And what they end up doing is like abusing monads to eventually recreate imperative programming, essentially. So it's like, all right, cool. You did all this work, and you ended up with just essentially imperative programming, just with this weird syntax now. Very cool. Very nice. What's up, Carlos? Carlos, what's going on? Yeah, I'm off work. Let's go. I work monitoring alarms, and so I work in front of a computer to watch this guy code computers. Yeah, I know, man. That's great. That's funny. I mean, hey, though, like I spend 8 hours a day in front of a computer typing code just to come home and spend another 4 hours typing code. It's fun though. We enjoy it. I'm sorry, I gotta snack a little bit, guys. So let's make some terrible life decisions that are going to impact us for the entirety of this application's existence. Because we're going to have this text flow object. And I don't want to worry about allocation and stuff. That's going to be a whole thing I don't want to deal with. Also, I forgot we're in C, so I have to actually do text object for our type def or get bound stuff. So we can like place things correctly. Though honestly, like if we're setting text directly, we can just have this be computed once at the start. Yeah, because the only places where I think we're going to have dynamic text is only on input, which I'm going to use the terminal, like fscanf for that, so who even cares? Who even cares? I mean, it's going to stop the simulation for a second, but whatever, we'll deal with it. Into size. I can honestly just make a bounds object, but yeah. Okay, cool. And then we have to do this computation anyways, though, so that shouldn't be that hard, honestly. I feel like this is just stuff I should unit test. It'll be easier just to. No, but I'm still gonna have to. I know, but yeah, I want to. Okay, let's learn about unit testing in C, because I think it's actually gonna be easier to do this, to write a unit test to verify this works correctly and then do it. How do you do unit tests in C? What do you use? Homebrew install what? Are we in C unit? C unit. Do I have to use brew for this? I mean, I already have homebrew, but I don't want to deal with that. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a whole thing. You know what? We're just gonna do the YOLO thing for now, and then I'll learn about unit testing in C later. We're just gonna say, hey, I know what I'm about, and you don't. So I'm just gonna trust my instinct. Hey, a new friend. Code with the Flow, good to see you, man. Welcome aboard. There's actually somebody else in the Discord who uses Strudel. What's going on in ideas? Made Riven done private for now. May revisit. Yep. Thank you, Morgan. I appreciate ya. I appreciate ya. Are you heading out, Miss Valadez? You have a good one, man. I must step into the void. Have a good night. You have a good one. Yeah, God bless, man. Sleep well, eat tight. No, sleep well. Sleep tight, eat well. That's what I want to say. And have a good night, dude. John Eckberg. That KB is giving me flashbacks to learning logo on an Apple II. I've never heard of that language. What's logo? I know the Apple II. That's a while ago. That's a fat while ago. That's sick though, man. Yeah, I'm kind of a poser. I didn't grow up with this. I just think it's cool and I like it. So we are trying to calculate size. Oh wait a second. I have an initializer for a reason. Though I don't like the names for them, and I'm actually kind of increasingly scared to keep using these names because I feel like I should indicate that this is a I20. Like I'm not indicating the type we're using. Maybe I should just break the application now before I get too wrapped up into this. Because all these primitive functions are going to be hard to tell. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to do that. We're just going to break things now, because it'll be easier than refactoring this later. So what we're going to do is just prepend I2 underscore so that we know what specific data type we're getting these primitive known value from. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And then let's find every single place in the application that does not like that we did this. No. Wait, what? It just compiled? No shot. You did not just compile without errors. I'm scared now because of that, because I'm pretty sure we use... I'm sorry, what? Pardon me? Oh, I guess we haven't used this one. Yeah, okay, I guess we actually don't... We have 0 usages in the application right now, so... It's fine, because we haven't included this into our compilation unit yet. Okay, maybe you want to work on... Before we get into the bounding box stuff... Nah, I think it's easy enough. Yeah, we'll deal with the file loading stuff in a second and enumerating files within the files within here. So we start with 0. We're gonna return size eventually as well. That's our intention, and we have to rename this to be I2. What is the plan here? I can yoink the buffer code for generating stuff. But I think some of this should be like basic math. Like, we have to also have wrap length. Or maybe we can have size be prescriptive, not descriptive. Where we authoritatively say it's going to be this size, and we either render the text within that, and if it's outside of it, we just ignore it. That is something we can do. Or we can have this be responsive, where it's like, hey, no, we have the text, we're going to render everything, and we're just going to have the size be dictated by the text. In which case, we still need to define like a... size is going to vary. Because in one context, maybe you want to have this text object have like a big bounds, a big wrap length, And in other contexts, we might want to have it wrap within a very small constraint. So, oh brother. I need to think about this. There's consequences from this. Consequences I'm not sure if I'm willing to pay the check on. Alright, let me catch up in chat real quick. My brain hurt. Same here, Jack. ATK. Autorius. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo gozaimasu. Autorius. Or I guess, yeah, you say that when you're meeting each other for the first time, right? I don't use OAI. Did you actually read Japanese? I did read Japanese. It's almost like I took Japanese for 3 years and retained like nothing from it. Yeah, it's not like I remember stuff that much. I, for whatever reason, remember the alphabet and some basic things. But that's about it. You know? When I ask for something is, doko desu ka? That's about it, though, man. What's up, Autumn Frost? That's a cool name, dude. And he said psychology is back. Where are they? I don't see them. Either way, welcome back. Oh, brother. We are in the land. We're in a weird land right now. And I'm scared. I'm so scared. But you know what? Maybe maybe we don't deal with this problem yet. Maybe we just ignore it, because this is actually going to be more relevant in the board view. It's more relevant in the board view. But for what we're doing here, within this this function, all we really need to do is just enumerate the project files on disk, or offer an option to create a new one. Oh, we have to handle like asynchronous multi-threaded like input handling, or make a separate thread to handle inputs. But let's just learn how to enumerate all files in C relative to your executable. Let's just learn something today. We're just gonna learn. We're gonna focus on learning and try to rise from our noob status of C. How to enumerate files in C. We have our uni std, so I think there might be some files there we can work with. What's going on? Hey, oh yeah, Copeflow. What's going on? One day we're gonna have an art day. I need to feed the artist inside of me to make some new animations for the Tord. One day we shall. So, I don't need you. Get out of here with that. We're not going to do unit testing today. So, let's see what they say about enumerating files. We have names of all files in the current directory. Okay. Durant.h. Interesting. And what do you do? So, void main void. Dir pointer, okay. Durant dir, okay, so that's a no instruct. Open dir, okay. Is this gonna work in Unix though? Beware that such an operation is platform dependent. That's exactly my concerns. So how does one do this in Unix land? In Linux. Oh. Hello. Hey, point clouded. Welcome. Glad to have you here, man. go. So, okay, let's see what this says. Extenuate files, directories. In C, enumerate files in directory. Am I just have to go to like man pages and just read? No, because we're not using Windows, Microsoft. We're doing this in Linux. Or on Linux. Okay. A POSIX, okay, POSIX program will print names within the current directory. So, okay. We're running a POSIX program. Very cool. It's still using the direct8.h and the systypes and X opens. So, okay, I'm not sure what that is. Tested on Ubuntu. Okay, this works on Ubuntu. That's my operating system. Fantastic, joyous day. Okay, so let's just test this out, guys. Let's just figure out what happens if we copy some C code from people online. In fact, let's do this in main as well, so it can be like very isolated on just the bare basics of this. Here we go. So we're actually gonna return 0 early. We're gonna bypass this application creation stuff. And what do you tell me to do? We're gonna do this. That seems fine, I think. Yeah, this works, I guess. Hopefully you guys don't have claustrophobia, because we're going to a tight space today, guys. This is like a caver video or something. Okay. P. And then dp equals open dir. Very nice. Not equals null. Just regular C, yep, right. I left C a long time ago. Been developing an OOP forever. OOP has molded everyone, man. I like exploring different stuff. And then while, okay, so there's this nested thing. Okay, this is gonna be, we're gonna get weird here. Can I move left or right? No, I can't. Oh, brother. That's not great. That's not ideal. Oh, you know what I could do, though? I could do this. And I could just, oh, 1 second. This might be ultra big brain or the smallest brain thing ever. We can go to PyCom config, and I can change our strength to be, instead of 2.1, or actually no, our opacity, we can change it from being 100% active to on active windows to being like, no, that's also gonna affect the West term though, or the other applications. Unless we make the active one, we can make the active window like 0.8 transparent, and then make the inactive windows like 100% active. So this has the effect of Oh, we need to have the blur turned off as well. We can fix that. We can make this 0 instead. Is that an option, or do I have to do... Come on. It's still too strong. It's still too strong, dude. We actually get rid of blurring altogether for now. Oh, that's kind of terrible, actually. That's actually kind of terrible. Maybe I should just copy and paste it. Maybe I should just do that. You try so hard. Okay, we're making it work. We're making this work. So we get EP and it's gonna have D name on it. Weird. Okay, and then void close dir. Okay, and then what else? Anything else happens here? No, then there's a parse error. So let's figure out what I just typed, because I just did this nonsense just to... Alright, let's revert our PyCom. This is definitely just wrong. Beautiful. Okay. So what does this do? Also requires a void in here, but I'm not sure why you need that. While EP equals reader. So you read the dir from here, and it's a relative directory. Okay. And we do puts. Okay, I guess we just close this directory because we don't need it. I'm sorry, where is my actual... Okay, here we go. Okay, errors. A lot of errors. A lot of errors. In main, though. Something in application run to data definition has no type or storage. That's weird. That's a warning, though. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. Before else. In main 783037. Why do I have this here? Main 37. This looks valid to me. This looks above board to me. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. 1 second. Where would a dev find people to proofread code? That's an interesting thing. C++ is now all about metaprogramming. I'm not sure if metaprogramming is a good thing. I mean, it has this whole... Metaprogramming has like this extra overhead, and it's, you know, going to be slower, and... I don't know, I feel like if you have to use metaprogramming to solve your problem, then you're probably doing something very weird or wrong. Like, there's some specific places where you do it, but... Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Shaders. Oh, did someone say my favorite word? Shaders? My favorite thing? My absolute favorite thing? Yeah, proofreading code is a very odd thing, though, because I feel like for code that requires Because there's like two domains. There's like syntactic or maybe like potential error stuff that you may look for. But then there's like the stuff of like, hey, the things that require the biggest reviews are usually not necessarily confined to like a script, but rather like defining APIs or a design for a structure. And usually that requires more context for what's going on as opposed to just like a small window or a single file or something. But I don't know, maybe there's a case for that for like languages like C or C++ or whatnot, where there's potential for great vulnerabilities depending on what you're doing and depending on like if you're working in a high security context. So I'm not sure, maybe that would be a good scenario for having that. Don't you want to take something like SQLite to store data? SQLite sounds cool, but yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of just having a discrete file that does the thing, that contains the data that I want to work with. Though, something I do need to deal with when it comes to save data is that we're going to have to include, before I forget, actually, let's just deal with this before I start something else. No sense starting something else when I haven't finished the thing. But, yes, studio, right? .h? Yeah, I have it up there. We're good then. Sys types h. Cool. Looking at those could be anyone though. I'm looking for a community of people to help like with code reviewing. I mean, we have a Discord and you can post stuff there. I imagine there'll be some people who want to look at this stuff. I guess also like there's also the question of okay, is this person even qualified enough to review this code? I don't know. It really depends on what you're looking for, because like, there's a wide variety of that stuff, or a wide variety of code reviews. With different kind of goals intended by the review. Is it mad that I did this? No, it's saying something weird about application run. Has no type or storage class. With void. What's going on here? What's wrong with my application run? What's the issue here, officer? Has no type or storage class. What does that mean, though? What do you mean by this? Oh, is there only 2 errors? Okay, there's only 2 errors. And that's, yeah, main line 37 before else. And it's something to do with else. But we have this here. And everything that requires like a companion bracket has a companion bracket. And the parentheses have their partners. So everyone's happy there, no one's single. And there's an else. Oh, I placed the else in the wrong place. It's after the while loop. No, it has to be after the if. Okay, now we run it. Mockup.md. Beautiful. Wait, that's weird. It ignored the... Wait, that's weird though, because it ignored the other source files. That is kind of strange, actually. Oh, that kind of perplexes me a little bit. Why is it doing that? Is it looking only for known markdown files, or? So it's looking relative to this directory, which is good. So if I make like a, I don't know, touch mm dot messy mansion, let's dot projects dot project, and we run this again, it only pulls up .md. That is really strange. Wait, so what if I do like a.doc? Really? That's really strange. Or is it enumerating the first thing and it's not continuing? Oh, it returns after one iteration. Never mind. Never mind. So imagine if I return here. No. Closed dir. What in the world is going on here? I am confused. I wonder why it's using puts instead of printf. Out of curiosity. Oh, we should probably compile, shouldn't we? We didn't compile, we just ran the thing. No, I didn't mean to touch that, literally. Let's compile. Okay. Trickery is afoot. Let me get rid of this. I am perplexed. I must say, I feel a little perplexed here. So what is going on here? It's only getting one file from the directory, not all of them. Printf does nothing, but also doesn't crash anything. Puts, I'm assuming, is also another way of putting stuff on the screen, but I'm not sure what it's doing. Or maybe it's not opening the other stuff because it's opening text in a text buffer, but I don't actually know if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm perplexed, man. Oh my goodness, chat just like updated like crazy. Sorry I didn't see your message, guys. Chat just like paused for a while. Massively joking. Oh, with the single people thing? I don't understand how computers work. It's crazy to me. It's like magic. I remember feeling like that too, man. And honestly, it still feels like magic. Like, dude, we just have electrons moving around these little wafers. I don't know how we made that happen. It just does, dude. Yeah, we're not using any mouse. similar and different other than the language. Pthread versus thread.h. I really don't know, Autumn. I'm a newbie on this. How it works. You just start with something basic, man. You start, like, it all starts with the hello world and making something print on the screen, and then you start going, hey, I could print something on the screen. What else can I make happen? And then you end up having cooler and more complex stuff, and then you go, okay, I want to make a game, and I don't have to do everything, and maybe pick up an engine and make this stuff happen. I mean, at the end of the day, all you're ever doing is either setting data, reading data, or changing data. That's all you're really doing at the end of the day. That's all you're doing. Either changing data or reading data. It's your POSIX systems, which real every popular OS. Thread.h is higher abstraction that let the compiler deal with the difference. Interesting. And C11 plus standard. That's pretty cool to know. I didn't date till I was 25, made good money after school, and ended up dating an absolute. We broke up, and her best friend who ended her friendship with her best friend and I got together, and we're getting married next year. That's congratulations on him. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it, dude. Hey there, first time to stream. Glad to have you here, dude. Can you make a figure using dots? Using a loop? I can do a little bit more than that, buddy. Let me show you what we can do if this compiles. We're gonna find out right now. Alright, I might have to like spend some time off stream, like reading about how to do the things I wish to have happen here. We got this going on, Bmal. Is this up to your standards? Is this what you're looking for? Is this what you sought? Yeah, I can't get over this. It feels so sick, dude. It never is. Love what you do and being nice to people even when... Love what you do and being nice to people even when humans are absolute... Yeah. I mean, that's the calling, right? Yeah. See, that's why I'm waiting, Autumn. I'm chilling and waiting. I'm particularly picky. So even though, you know, whatchamacallit, you know, I could have been in relationships a long while ago, multiple times, but I knew just from the jump that it's just not going to work out, you know? So the most, like, morally just thing to do is be like, if you know it's not going to work out ahead of time, just don't entertain it and allow it. You know? That's the most ethical thing you could do. Instead of wasting people's time. Time is finite, dude. Time is finite. What's going on, Samurai? No way Nightbot got an update. Did it really? Is that why the IDE command is not working? And about direct.h? No, I have not. You know what? Let's do that. Can I do that, actually? Can I just do direct.h? Or is it direct, or is it, yeah, is it direct? Nah. I don't think that's going to work like that. All right, let's look at direct.h manual. And let's just learn. Let's just learn together, guys. We're going to go on a little journey together. We're going to educate. Actually, this is Stack Overflow. Where's the documentation? I'm not using Windows, though. Is that what I need for Linux world? The land of Linux? Making a 2.5D game. Yes, I am, Pogo, but we're doing a little something different today. Quick question. If I want to start my endeavor in the data analysis branch, where should I start? Python? I guess so. I mean, I'm not too knowledgeable about data analysis, but you're probably going to do Python, and you're probably going to do matplot.lib and pandas and all that kind of stuff, and it's going to be very basic, not basic, but it's going to be very straightforward libraries I'm going to be working with. I know I know R is a thing that's used too, but like, I think those are going to be the main things you use for dealing with data, and then visualizing data, and then doing all that kind of stuff. That seems like to be the main thing that people use. That's the best I can say, dude. Management. Library. No, I'm not looking for an external library. C. File system. Linux with direct.h. I just want to enumerate. So here's the thing. I just want to enumerate all the files in a directory. So the simplest thing I want to do right now is enumerate all the files in this directory. That's all I want to do. And then if I want to open it, I want to be able to just use that directory I got to open that file later on. But at the very bare minimum, I just want to enumerate this directory. So that eventually I can just display all the current project files that are in this directory, and then we can allow the user to to select one and open it, and then we can build the board from there. So we're trying to figure out how to do this, because I'm also thinking about it differently, because I'm used to like the file info and directory info stuff from the .NET world. But assuming it's not going to be quite like that here. Direct files and directory. Especially since we're dealing with this specific libraries for the operating systems. Like someone mentioned, there's like an abstraction that's above that lets the compiler deal and figure out the platform specific stuff. But I want to try doing this maybe not old way, but just the way that doesn't require a separate header, like a standalone like library or something. Like, how do you do this not normally, but without any of that? Not source files. Well, this one's a cross-platforming. Yeah, when is that? No, Durant. Is it Durant.h? Is that what I'm supposed to be looking for? Okay. Documentation. Okay, open group. Beautiful. Include Durant.h. Okay. Is there any thing of interest here? I'm seeing the dir stuff. So open dir, read dir. So I'm seeing some of the things that happens in our code right here, where we do so we have this dir thing that they defined here, and they open dir, and you specify the path here, and you check to see if it's not null. And then when we do this, it just puts out like one file name, not all the files, which is the odd thing. which is perplexing to me. What's going on? Instagram Reels, C Cozy. I told you people like the gram. I was debating like live streaming to Instagram as well today. Maybe one day we'll do that again. Durant, yeah. Nah, Vim Motions and i3, baby. That's all we need. That's all we need. Damn cramp watching him type. Nah, brother. But it's already Sunday, fam. Life is absolutely wild. I didn't even know it's been 2 days. Wait, 2 days since when? Since when? Since what? Oh, you're saying someone saw my Instagram Reels? I should probably post some new stuff there, man. It's been a while since I've done stuff. Maybe I need to chop up the stream to do that. Maybe I should just get... I need to just get DaVinci Resolve installed at some point, because I've been fighting to get that happening, but... Maybe I should just outsource that, because I don't want to spend time editing videos. I just want to code, dude. I just want to work on code. Or just my projects in general. Whoa, time flies when you're having fun, huh? I need to go to bed. Bye, Cozy. You have a good one, Game Dev Goodness. I appreciate you hanging out here. Hope you have a good one, man. Yeah, the setup is sick, dude. How you manage to do the key thing in Firefox? Oh, there's a plugin for Vim on Firefox that lets you do this. So you can just press F, and then it lets you see what the options you have, and then you can just type the options to activate it. It's pretty cool. A predictor? What's a predictor? Like Akinator? D. OpenDir function. Okay, this is gonna be like story time, guys. This is your bedtime story, guys. The OpenDir function opens a directory stream corresponding to the directory named by the dir name argument. The directory stream is positioned at the first entry. If the type dir is implemented using a file descriptor, applications will only be able to open up a total of OpenMax files and directories. A successful call to any of the exec functions will close any directory streams that are open. Okay. Return value upon successful completion, OpenDir returns a pointer to an object of type dir. Otherwise, a null pointer is returned and an error no is set to indicate the error. Okay, so there's the type of errors here. That's not what we're looking for. Examples? None. We have no examples here. Application usage. OpenDir function should be used in conjunction with readir, closedir, rewinddir, and readdir to examine the contents of the directory. Okay. So I believe we use that somewhere else. Feature directions? None. Very nice. Very nice. So, okay, that's a little bit about the OpenDir. How do we enumerate the names, like descriptors of? So we have OpenDir here, and we set this to DP right there. We have instructed, and then we set EP equals to readdir. So we're using this function here now, readdir. Okay. Beautiful. So what do you do? Description. The type dir, which is defined in the header dirent.h, represents a directory stream, which is an ordered sequence of all the directory entries in a particular directory. Okay, cool. Directory entries represent files. Files may be moved from a directory or added to a directory asynchronously to perform the operation of readdir. Okay. So this is what produces it, and it's a stream of all the So I wonder, the reason we're only getting the first part is because it's closing prematurely, but no, it's a while loop, and it's doing readdir dp while it's not equal to null. Oh, is that like the end character of the file? No, that's of the string, and that's why it's stopping there. So I wonder if there's multiple. Do we just keep doing this? Like if I do this again, if I do another one of these, and then we go here, compile, and then run, and continue reading from that stream. Okay, no. Well, this closes it though. Can we recycle? No, what am I doing? This is dumb. This is dumb. But I think I'm on the right track here, where this is like reading just one entry. One second, let me catch up on chat real quick. I'll try. I don't want to touch the mouse. Yeah, it's great, dude. I love how I want to develop a game with zero knowledge, and then I meet someone like you speaking to me in hieroglyphics. Hey, man, I was a kid too who didn't know nothing about programming, and I didn't even know. I was scared to type code, so I just used like a drag and drop stuff. So in Game Maker. So, brother, you can get here too, man. If you want to get here, you can get here, dude. Just gotta start Googling. Early tomorrow, but alas, I must be an adult. Night chat. Good stuff. Thank you, Point Cloud. You have a good one, dude. Because you close after close after the loop. Okay. Let's try that out. Wait. One second. I need to not run the application. I got jump scared by this fantastically beautiful menu. Oh my, dude. Where am I? Where am I? You're a genius. Where am I? Genius. Yeah, you know what? People ask if I use AI and I say I don't, but really, like, what I'm doing is like, I have the best AI. It's not artificial though. It's just intelligence. And my prompting is just me talking to this mic, and then eventually maybe a genius or two might pick up and tell me what's wrong. But now I'm kind of perplexed. I want to know what's going on here. Oh yeah, it just closes out the first iteration. Never mind. That's actually simple. I was thinking this is like a per character thing, but no, this is actually, I guess it just reads it in like the entire contents at one shot. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. I used C before to learn about the system. That's sick, man. We're on this journey too. We're trying to retread that and learn a bit about the system. To feel comfortable coding and understanding, probably like, I don't know, man. I still don't feel comfortable in understanding. I think I only started getting good like 2 or 3 years. Like, I feel like I only got competent. Actually, maybe not even competent, but at least somewhat comfortable 2 or 3 years ago, after working at my job for like a year or two, and actually having to get exposed to certain things. But even then, there's like a lot of knowledge gaps I have that I just want to get better at. But hey, we have our file enumerations, and now we just want to ignore everything that isn't a dot project file. So we have to, either there's some easy ways of doing this, or we're gonna have to write our own utility to figure out how to do that. C check file. Actually, what type are you even returning here? Like, could I actually just do, like, can I put this into a string? Let's just start there. And can I just do this? So let's check to see if it enumerates other directories as well. That would be important to know. Yep. Let's format this a little bit better. My bad. Okay. So what do we have here? So, oh, that's cool. It has like the dot and the dot dot. Okay. All right, we have to have our way of filtering through this to just choose like qualified objects. But this is good. This is a start. This is a start. This is a start. Thank you, Igor. Just check after the dot. Well, I know, but I'm thinking about like what are we gonna do to do that? Like, sure, we can manually implement that. I'm just wondering if there's just some basic C string thing for getting extensions from getting the extension from a string, but I mean, it's not the end of the world to do that ourselves too. Cool, but we have our thing. So let's move this to some place of utility. I think it had actually, we have this empty file, I think. Do we not? I could just yoink all this and then go into this empty file, which is, I believe, is just, no, that's project view. Oh, I don't have it actually. Let's go to utilities. .h. Are we gonna do a char pointer? Like how are we gonna store this? Are we gonna just have a fixed buffer? Actually, like, how are we gonna do this? Are we gonna just have, or just one massive char array? I need to figure that out. Get directories. In directories. Yeah, what are we gonna do with this? Because there's like no vec type, right? There's no dynamic arrays in C. Maybe there's probably some standard data structures that exist, but in normal C, that's not a thing, right? Use standard file system in std20. No, I forgot how to do it in C. Oh, you use standard file system? Just use JavaScript 10x productivity. Yeah, and it's like 100 times slower anyways. Though speed is not the concern in this application. You can use size of to make a buffer of the same size and then cast it, but I don't know why you'd want that. What do you need a buffer? Yeah. Or use STB or STD. Morgan, what's going up, Morgan? Welcome to stream. It basically Cozy is making a program extension to make his personal project easy. This indie game. Thank you, Morgan. Guys, can you just appreciate Morgan, who's just been on the ball, this entire stream. I don't know how you can do this just consistently for hours. Man, what's your favorite era of house design, everyone? Favorite era of house design. Favorite era of house design. That's a good question, actually. That is a good question. Master Crafter. Oh, my bad. I mean Milk Miser. Oh, that's a hard one. Because I think of like Victorian stuff and how cool their things are. But I think about like just I'm a cabin guy. Like cabins sound cool to me. And I don't think there's any era. I think there's always just been cabins. No, STB public lib. Oh, really? It's good for data structures. That's cool to know. Wait, let's just Google this real quick so I don't forget it. STB lib. Oh, have I been here before? STB, this project discusses security relevant bugs. Public GitHub issues and pull requests may take significant time. Okay. That's cool to know, though. Lexer. Well, what's going on here? Oh, that projects that use. I was like, what is going on? Okay, no, those are projects that use it, I think. Also, hello. That caught me off guard, Point Cloud. What's going on here? What are they doing over here? Yeah, I'm gonna hit you with that thinking emoji because I need to think more about it. Just need to think more about it. Okay, it's cool to know though that this exists, and oh, I didn't mean to close that. Merge it back. I can't merge you back. I'll never forgive you. How do you acquire it? Just go on Facebook Marketplace or some vintage festivals. JavaScript's slow, but have you heard about Java? It's like literally 60% less letters. Yeah, but also still like, I mean, Java I'm not against. This is not necessarily I choose C not necessarily because it's the most optimal thing to make this. I can make this in C# and it'd be pretty fast, and it'd be fast to make it. This is for the fun of it, for the joy of the craft of learning C and getting better at it, man. Especially since this application is not a performance critical thing. So it's not that crazy. Either way. You have hashmax and dynamic arrays? Oh my goodness, you're selling me on this. Maybe I'm gonna have to do it. Maybe I'm gonna have to do it. Maybe I'm just gonna have to say, you know what? Is it just STLB lib? Or is it actually just... I have to just go through these and find one. I forgot what it's called, or what he said it was called. STV include.h. What should I be looking for specifically? What header file am I looking for here? If not, I can just do an arbitrary like buffer size and be like, hey, screw it, dude. We're just gonna encode everything into one humongous char length. And if it's bigger than that, then too bad, man. You made too many projects, me. How dare you do that? Max buffer. This feels so dumb, dude, to do that. I appreciate it. Instead of entirely migrating to NeoVim, sysstat.h. Switching to NeoVim because I like how files are managed. When I see people use NVim, they always have to look up files. Let me look up files like this to get something and then open it, or go between buffers like this. Man, I need to think about. I think I might implement something stupid, or maybe it's just too late to be doing this. I'm pick up a whole new library. Oh, is it this DS? Type safe containers or data I'm assuming this means data structures, right? Hash maps. There we go. Dynamic arrays. That might be the thing, dude. I need to find some examples how to use this before I start doing things the bad way. Maybe not bad way. Yeah, probably bad way. It's probably a bad way to be like, hey there, pal. I'm just gonna do a simple little hoity-toity-toity. I'm just gonna do a little. Oh, I don't know. Actually, I'll do like this. I'm just gonna do a little malloc here. Times, I don't know, something stupidly big. I mean, for file size, I'm not gonna make that many big files. Whatever. You can say a concept like that's how many characters you're gonna have. And then what? Memset. Oh, I think you set the character here to. I don't know. You do something like this: 0, a null value, and then. What this? What's the parameter for memset? I already forgot. I forgot what how one does this. Memset, the value, and then yeah, the size in bytes. Or actually, we can just let's do something absolutely disgusting and abhorrent. Or we can make our own abstraction, like little module of like rstruct, like I don't know, riven done string struct that contains both this, but also a count of all the different elements in there, so you don't have to iterate through everything. That feels dumb, but also kind of fun. And it'll be, in fact, we don't have to malloc this. It's a fixed. Oh no, we do, because we don't want to have it be cleared by the stack when we leave the scope. So we have to have this actually exist outside of that. Okay, I see you. Like, this would be like the dumbest thing ever, but. Why not? Why not? This is my program. This is my program. We can make it terrible, and we can do the proper data structure thing later, because we're gonna have to do an actual nice, dynamically sized thing eventually, instead of having to rely on this buffer thing, which is terrible. Classic question: is math important on coding, or is it just helping if we understand math? I mean, it depends on what you want to do, man. I guess it depends on what you want to do. If you want to do like just some basic React stuff, yeah, not basic, but if you're gonna do like front end stuff and nothing too involved, then yeah, you could probably get away with not that much math. If you're gonna, I mean, assumedly, I don't know, but if you're doing like anything game related, then yeah, you definitely want to get some basic understanding of math at the very least, like algebra. And if you're doing shader stuff, like you probably want to learn a little bit of 3D math, but even then, that's not that complicated. Like even someone in middle school who's learning algebra can probably get some kind of concept of that. Like at least the type of math there. Like there's more complex stuff, and you want to get into the weeds, and you can get very complicated. But you don't necessarily have to know everything. Like. like for example, quaternion. You don't have to know the internals or the guts of a quaternion to understand how to use a quaternion for representing rotation. Like you can understand that, hey, you can just convert a Euler angle to that and maybe work with that, and you know, use some basic functions like lerp and whatnot, and that might be good enough for your use cases, and you know, that would be good enough for a lot of people for their careers. Most people probably don't know the internal guts of how quaternions work mathematically. So I mean, it's a either or. It's kind of, it's a hand in hand. It really depends on what you're trying to do, man. It really depends on what you're trying to do. Am I really gonna do this? Like, this is gonna be so dumb. But at the same time, I think it's pretty pretty fun if we do this. Buffer. So what? We make an RD underscore strings. Make this like the return type as well. And I have a thing for getting values out of it. Nah, I haven't tried competitive programming. Oh man, you can use calloc. Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Azaz. I completely forgot. Yeah, calloc's a thing to initialize it. So you don't have to do that. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. Thank you, Azaz. That's sick. Okay, is it like this? I forgot the parameters for calloc. Size. What are you? Number of objects, size of each object. Array of 4 ints. So that's a number of int values. Wait. I thought calloc initializes it as well. I set it to 0. Would that command code actually... Oh, wait. Would that actually... That's the size of element. So wait, they break this up in a different way. Where they actually... You're thinking in terms of elements, so it's like... You use size of t and then you specify the elements you want to... Interesting. Cozy Netrunner. I like that. Only useful in 3D, and you can always use rotation matrix. Well, there's different nuances between that though, Azaz. Depending on how you want to do interpolation, like there's some contexts where you want double coverage, there's other contexts where you don't, or you want to have different type. There's actually a really good talk about quaternions, because there's different times and applications for either using a transform matrix or a quaternion, or even using like the, I forgot what it was, like the point rotation thing or axis rotation thing, or a vector defined one. Different use cases. Calloc F2, sick. Cool. So we have RD strings. We also have to type def, don't we? If we're gonna actually make this a real thing. So we're just gonna code this in our own special dumb way. You know, I kind of like just having members be lowercase, because why not? I'm tired of holding shift. And cool. So we have struct this. I guess let's name it as well. Okay. Oh my goodness, we've been going for like almost 5 hours now, dude. Okay, guys, I think we need to chill. I think we need to call it a night before it gets too late. It's 1:57 right now. Maybe you can connect to private servers. I'm thinking about it again. I want to figure out a way to deal with the copyrighted music, but yeah, I'd like to do a Little Big Planet. I want to get through 1, and then I also want to play Little Big Planet 2. I think that'd be fun. We'll figure it out at some point, though. All right, I'm not gonna hop off quite yet. I'm gonna stay on for like a few more minutes, guys. Just to answer any additional questions before hopping off for tonight. Yeah, just like a minute or two before we call it. Is there a version of this that doesn't have the oh, dang it. I wanted to come end the stream with like having the main menu thing flowing, but it's alright. 3 exists too. Yeah, but I never played it. I don't have fond memories. Maybe we'll try it out though. Make sure you don't confuse that coding too much. Nah, coding too much? There's no such thing, right? Alright, guys. Well, I'm not really seeing too much new comments, so I think this will be a good time to chill and then stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out today. Thank you for giving me some company as I work through this fun and dumb, but I think ultimately cool project. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed. Stay cozy. And until next time, guys, ta-ta.